Good evening and welcome to the March 23rd meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. I'm Chris McFarland, Chairman of the Commission. Be running tonight's meeting as we implement Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act and Cohasset Stormwater Management and Wetland Protection Bylaws. We'll operate tonight's meeting using the Zoom platform and ask the public who wish to speak to enter questions, comments, concerns into the chat box. Please include your name and address. Only those who include name and address will be recognized. Present tonight on behalf of the commission are, is Angela here? No, is our administrator, Angela Giso, and our agent, Charlotte Patel. I'll now take a roll call of commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Will Ashton.
Will Ashton, present.
Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, present.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, present.
Chris McFarland, present. We have a quorum of 5 commissioners this evening. We'll be taking all votes via roll call, with commissioners answering yay, nay, or abstain. Our first hearing this evening is NOI 23-10. I'd like to read it into the public record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, March 23rd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for notice of intent 23-10 to restore access at a stone ford stream crossing impacted by deterioration at Wampatuck State Park for Peter Williams, professional engineer.
Hi, Peter. You're muted.
I got it. Thank you.
Hello.
I got it.
Hello.
All right. I'm good to proceed.
Yes, please. Do you have a plan to share with us?
I will start off. Let me see. I'll just start with a project site. Our project involves the restoration of a stream and some trail work. Is located within Wampatuck State Park near the Cohasset Doan Street entrance. As you can see from the figure.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. You're not sharing.
I'm not sharing. Okay. I messed that up then. Where do I hit that? Hold on. Okay.
There
Okay.
you go.
There we go. This is my first time doing a presentation on Zoom. So I've been on many Zoom meetings, but never presented. So,
Well, thank you.
so as I mentioned, my name is Peter Williams. I am with the Friends of Wampatuck, and we're here on behalf of the DCR. The Friends of Wampatuck, FOW, do a lot of work to improve trails and conditions and, you know, all features of the park for all users. And in this project, we're looking at to do a stream and trail restoration over near the Doan Street entrance. It is shown on this figure 1. It's let me see if I could. So there we go. It's near it's within the boundaries of Cohasset, obviously, and it's near the Doan Street. There are abutters, but they're about 1,000 feet away from this project. We have done the notifications for them. And but we have a situation where we have a stone ford that was constructed many years ago. It is causing impacts to the trails and the bordering vegetated wetland. I would like to switch to see if I can do this correctly. I'm gonna switch to the first sheet, sheet 1, which shows the existing conditions. It's kind of split in 2, but what we have is
We're not there yet.
okay.
I think you have to turn off the first one and go to the second.
Oh, man, okay. I'm showing my rookie. And. Okay, let's go here. Okay. Yes, okay. Okay, now I lost my sharing.
Now you're back. Great.
Yeah. Okay. Apologize for this. And I'm trying to move my screen around too. So we have a trail system that comes out to this. It's a large wetland area. As you can see where I'm pointing to is that's a large wetland. It's kind of almost a pond, a swamp. It has various brush and other wetland values or features within it. But there's an intermittent stream that flows down where this stream is indicated. And and we have a trail, an existing double track trail that crosses it, and there's a couple small trails that join from another direction, and this goes back over to the trail goes back over to the Aaron River Reservoir. What has happened over the years, I'm not sure when this was constructed, but a stone ford has been filled across the stream. The water on most occasions actually flows through the voids in the stones and flows into the wetland. But during over the years, I believe the voids in this ford have clogged up, and during high flows, the water actually flows down, comes over, floods, and goes down this existing trail, and has created a number of deteriorated existing trail areas within the bordering vegetated wetlands. I also mentioned that we have on this site, we have bordering vegetated wetlands, which is this dash line shows the outline. We have land, we have bank along the sides of the stream, floodplain, and other open wetlands. If I move a little bit, you can see that this overflow onto the stream, this is a continuation of the trail that was shown in the upper piece of the plan, that there's these areas where the water can kind of get stuck. And then over the years with the foot traffic and bike traffic and all the traffic through these areas have become very muddy, extremely muddy and impassable in most years. And in some of the conditions during the flood stages, it is basically a running stream coming down here. So this has prevented access to the other parts of the park. And well, mostly the Aaron Reservoir and everything. So we feel it's a hazard actually going across this. Sometimes it's a little tricky. The water will be flowing 6 to 8 inches over the top of these stones, and it's a hazardous situation. So what we are looking to do, let's see if I can switch the next sheet properly. Okay. Yeah. One moment, please. Okay.
Peter, while you're doing that, there's
Yeah.
a person raising their hand in the audience. I'm not sure if they're from DCR, but it's S. Luoma at Comcast. Do you know, does that ring a bell or?
No, it does not.
Okay.
There's a Doug Loma.
Okay, that might be them.
He is another member of the Friends of Wampatuck.
Oh, okay. I'll promote them then.
And,
Thank you.
okay. So I will close this one. And we will go back to here to share. Okay, and what is my other sheet? Close conditions. Share. Okay. So now we have the proposed conditions plan, and what we are proposing is to construct a timber bridge. One is to remove the stones within the a portion of the ford, basically the same width as the stream, to allow the water to freely flow and stop the flooding of the adjacent trail. And the bridge will be a timber bridge and will be elevated. It will be built on 6x8 stringers, and it will be elevated above the elevation of the stream bank, so it won't impede the flow in any way. And in addition, we are proposing to build timber boardwalks in the muddy areas to prevent further, improve the access to those. And there'll be 4 bridges constructed, which will be 3 small ones and 1 long one in the long muddy area. Let me see. The bridges will all be timber. They won't be CCA. They'll be an approved preservative because they'll be in direct contact with the ground and water. And the work in the area of the new bridge will all be within areas that are within the trail and are stony and have no BVW in them. Unfortunately, the 4 boardwalks on the smaller trail have been mapped in as BVW with this line. So all this work will be within the limits of the BVW. What we are proposing is that we'd like to do this work. We are providing, I'll go down here. There will be some loss of flood volume due to the construction of the timber members of the bridges and boardwalk. And we have a small area of 80 cubic feet to do compensation for the flood loss due to this project. My interpretation of this project is it does provide an overall environmental benefit because it restores portions of the stream, it reestablishes some bank areas, it reduces flood impacts and to the downstream wetland areas, and it improves public use of the woodlands. So I guess at that, I would like to leave it open to questions from the commissioners.
Thank you very much. Tom, I know you have questions, so I'm going to start with you. You're muted. Maybe not. Tom, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, my phone rang and it was a message. So I would wonder if this is the design is consistent with the Massachusetts Wetlands Stream Crossing Handbook. Have you consulted that?
Yes, I have. And basically where, I mean, in most of the times in the stream handbook, it's looking at projects where you're creating a crossing where you could be impeding the flows. And in this project, we're taking out the full cross section of the stream to match the upstream and downstream and elevating all the work above the bank of the stream. And in my opinion, that does comply with the goals of that document.
Thank you.
I would like to mention that the one thing that I guess comes in question on this is that currently under this current design, we're looking at 50 square feet of BVW disturbance. And that's mainly from the footings of the 4 boardwalks along the trail that goes off to the north. And I feel that the project compensates for this loss through the improvements to the stream and also minimizing future loss of the bordering vegetated wetlands, because if we don't do the work with the stream, then we're going to have continued increase of these muddy areas and elimination of actually viable growable BVW, because these areas that we show as, being damaged are just mud pits. And it will also reduce impacts to the BVW, because we're finding now when people come to these long sections of this trail section here, they're walking outside of the path. They're walking through these BVW areas and doing additional damage. And so in that way, I believe that, this project is overall beneficial. And the other thing I like to say is that it's very difficult to the nature of this site to do BVW replication. We have stone walls. Up here, we have a stone wall that separates the BVW from the pond area. And in similar case, on the other stream, we do have, another wall that, it limits the amount of area that we can look to do some BVW replication. And the outer limits of these BVWs are almost on cliffs. This area is basically, it rises steeply up with ledges. So it's limited in extent. There's one thing I also meant to note. I haven't mentioned two things. One is that all the work is done within the trail. No, unfortunately, the trail's within the BVW. And two, that this is a heavily forested area. So we don't show all the trees, but I mean, just about the whole site outside of these trail areas is, high brush and heavily with good sized trees.
Do you have any notion of how much bicycle traffic there is on this?
There's a good amount. There's a good amount, but it's also a lot of walkers too. We don't have any, records of this. It's the trail the flat trail that has the BVW in it has a fair amount of traffic when it's not a flowing river. Literally, when it rains, I was out there the other day with Charlotte, and it was just water. It was just water running down in here, and it gets trapped in here. So that has a fair amount of traffic. The trails coming, the bikes and foot traffic coming up this direction are limited because it's a very, very steep trail, and a lot of people don't like to use it. But it leads out to the Aaron Reservoir area, so it does, have a fair amount of traffic going out that way.
Is this a trail that your group made, or is this just got made because there was no other ease of walking in this area, and over time it just got trampled down?
No, this trail, and I have records of it, and I haven't submitted it, but I can. But this trail, I have records of this trail existing as of 1974. When the park was first established, and there were a number of trails actually to provide access to a number of the initial trails that were cut at that time to provide access.
I want to get back to the bicycles again. From what I've observed on these trails, they do an awful lot of damage and make these trails more susceptible to erosion. Is there any means of limiting them or eliminating them altogether? Right
now, and within Wampatuck, there are no limitations on users. It's open to all users. Skiers, snow skiers, bicyclists, pedestrians. They're multi-use trails. And that would be something that the DCR would have to consider, and it could be hard to enforce too, I think.
So are these boardwalks going to be at ground level?
No, they will be raised above the ground so that they will be above the elevation of the wetlands. I apologize. I know Charlotte has asked for some additional details, which we'll be providing. But the boardwalks will be above the grade of above the existing grades. And when we prefer to construct our boardwalks with 2x8s or 2x6s. And when we do that, we add in an 1.5 inch gap between these. That thickness adds a durability, so we don't have to come back and, be replacing the boards all the time. And it provides wider gaps between the decking.
So the idea is that you'll come up to one of these boardwalks, you'll have to step onto it and then
No,
step off of it?
There'll be a short ramp at the end.
There will be a ramp.
Provide a
Okay.
transition. I mean, they're very short. The bicyclist can handle, on the bridge across the new stream area, it's going to be about a 2-foot ramp. And here there'll be about a 6 to 8, maybe a 6-foot ramp, because they're not as large of a transition, we hope.
Mhm.
Peter,
Yes?
I am curious, is this stream part of the Mount Blue Springs system?
No, I don't believe so. I'm not,
Mount Blue is upstream, Peter.
excuse me?
Yeah, Mount Blue is upstream. That's from the other side of the park. So I would, the
Yeah,
answer,
this
I would
side.
say no to that.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I thought. I was just curious.
Okay, and just so you know, that's Douglas Loma. He's actually the treasurer of the Friends of Wampatuck and has been working with me on this project.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions by commissioners? Any questions from the audience?
I have a
Uh,
question. So the path that floods, is that being, I'm having trouble reading this, but is that considered wetland at this point, or is that outside? I don't see the
Okay, I will, if you will, the outer limit of the BVW is this dashed line
Okay,
along here.
All right.
So basically,
all right,
all the work is within BVW except for the portion that is crossing the stream, which has some ledge and stones in that area.
okay.
And in that respect, we're asking for waivers from the requirement that, to maintain buffers to the BVW, because we're in the BVW. And we'll be asking a waiver for the 2-to-1 BVW replication.
And so the crossing, the bridge, the timber bridge, there's not going to be any, you're not going to be like redirecting the water. Is the wetland areas that are currently delineated, which are being flooded, is that water no longer going to be, going into those wetlands anymore?
The water that comes from the stream flows over and runs down this side where I'm pointing, and then follows this trail and ties into the other trail over here into these low spots. They kind of isolated, because on this section over here, there's a stone wall that actually separates it from the pond wetland area. Although there will be continuing, water, this is coming down grade this way. So there will be water flowing into these wetland areas in this direction. But the groundwater, I mean, there's, it's pretty shallow soil there. And I think this groundwater migrates in, except for the times when there's the severe flooding of the stream into this area. But most of the year, this water is able to run through this stone ford and get into the wetland area.
So I think what was being asked is the condition of the ford what is creating this wetland, or is the wetland going to dry up when the ford is removed?
That I understand the question, and I'd actually like to. I'm not a wetland scientist, So it'd be a little bit tough for me, and we have hired the Brad Holmes has helped us with the flagging of this, so he's not here this evening. But I can refer that question to him to address at the next hearing, because I don't expect to close this hearing tonight because of the outstanding questions from Charlotte.
Yeah, and that would lead into my secondary question, which would be kind of referring to the DEP's one-to-one
Mhm.
request. So I'd want to have an accurate idea of how much wetland is actually, going to be impacted by this. And I'm all in favor of, trails and maintaining a good access there, but that's not what I'm here for. I'm here for the wetlands, so.
Understood.
Mr. Williams, can you go back to the topographic map and zoom in on it so that we can see exactly where this is in relationship to the reservoir?
Okay, 1 second, please. Where are we now? Excuse me again. There we go. Okay, so
You're back on the same sheet.
I'm back on the same sheet. I gotta close the other one. Gotcha. Is that? No. Sorry about that. And where do I get sharing again? I've lost this, sorry. I apologize for this. I am very inexperienced in this. So, but I'll share screen. Sorry for that. So I can.
Okay.
So this is this is the, can you see this figure
Yeah.
one again?
Yeah.
So the little intermittent stream is kind of the result of the flows that come down in this valley through here, come in here, and then flow down into here. The large wetland area we're showing on our plans, excuse me again, is this darker green area here, which, then crosses off into these wetlands areas. So it's actually downstream of the reservoir.
Yeah. Is it following the power line? Is this trail following the power line?
The power line, I have my cursor on the power line, comes down and then goes off like that. So it partially follows the power line.
Okay.
So the utilities do use this trail to access to get out to this area to do work.
Okay, I can see it now.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Charlotte, do you have any information that you'd like to share with us on this?
So I just, we mentioned them briefly, but I just wanted to point the commission to some of DEP's comments. I'll just summarize them briefly, just saying that a separate water quality 401 certification is not required, provided that the activities are in compliance with, not altering more than 5,000 square feet of BVW and isolated wetlands or land underwater, dredging more than 100 cubic yards. And then the second comment was provided that the final order of conditions requires at least 1-to-1 replacement of the BVW. And then the third one was provided that, there's no discharge, dredge, fill, or material to an outstanding resource water area, which I don't believe we're in. So, definitely reiterating the ability of whether or not, we can do replication. And if we can't, that may or may not mean that a 401 water quality certification might be needed, at least on the state's end. And then I did provide a handful of comments to Peter, who's working on those that related to, kind of just showing, a little bit more about the timber bridge and some of the details for that, as well as, kind of explaining why replication isn't possible here. Including that with a variance request. So he's just kind of, finalizing those documents too. And we did go out to the site. I've seen it twice now, once in February last year and March this year. After the most recent rainstorm last week, Peter mentioned that it was definitely flooded a lot more than he's ever seen before. So I do have photos and videos of that. If anyone's interested in looking at them, or if commissioners are interested in going to the site, Peter's definitely open to that as well.
Okay.
If I
Charlotte,
could,
does DEP require that mitigation is at the site?
I'd have to double check the regulations in 10.554-B, but I don't know if it's that specific. I would assume it has to be in a suitable spot in the same property project area, but I can double check. I'm not sure how specific they are on that.
okay, could I mention two things? I forgot to mention that we have filed this as a limited project under the footbridge classification. And the area is an outstanding resource water.
It
area.
is? Okay. Okay, so we'll just have to keep in mind those three comments from DEP, and the third one was about discharge of dredged or fill material into an outstanding resource water area. So they just have parameters for that based on the regulations. We'll just have to make sure that's complied with, or you may or may not need a 404 as well.
Well, this project doesn't involve any discharge of fill materials,
Okay, that's good.
just timber. Timber is going to be installed.
Mhm.
Some of the existing stones, when we pull them out, will maybe use to chink the sides of the new stream bank to make sure that it's stable. But there's material that was on site to begin with.
Great.
Charlotte, I'd like you to look into whether or not, I mean, Wampatuck's a big area, so I'd like you to look into the possibility of replication elsewhere.
Okay.
I'm sure Peter could lead you to some areas that actually could use some replication. So.
Okay, we'd be happy to look at that. I'm also working to keep the replication, to reduce the replication, the BVW impact down, so there would be even, a smaller area to be replicated.
Right, understood.
I always want to minimize.
Yep. Okay, any other questions? Do the commissioners want to visit the site? I guess we'll table that until a later time when, Charlotte, you may get calls from people. But it's my understanding that some additional information is needed, and I think I would certainly like to hear from Brad Holmes, and the idea that maybe whatever replication is necessary could be looked at in other areas. Can we look to continue this hearing for Charlotte? What does our April 6th meeting look like?
We actually didn't receive any new submissions, which is,
Okay.
that's a first, but there are a couple continued project hearings and show cause hearings. So I think we have like 5 on the agenda right now.
Okay. Peter, can I ask that we continue this hearing until April the 6th?
Yes, you may.
And perhaps Brad Holmes could join us and talk a little bit about replication at that time?
I will ask him to join us.
Okay, that'd be great. Then this hearing is now continued until April 6th.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
For your consideration.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
evening.
Thank you.
Our next hearing this evening is NOI 23-11. I'll read it into the public record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, March 23rd, 2023 at 6:30 PM via remote participation on a Zoom platform for notice of intent 23-11 for landscaping improvements within the 100-foot buffer to a bordering vegetative wetland at 136 Atlantic Avenue for Ethan and Liana Myers.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Evening.
Excuse me, Charlotte's been nice enough to offer to help with sharing her screen for the site plan as well as any interest in reviewing the NOI. I apologize, working from a hotel room on an iPad. It wasn't the original plan. So I may look familiar to you. We have been before the commission before and had received approval for a pool project. So a pool as well as a pool house, pretty much mirroring a very similar footprint to what we're doing here. We're asking for that. So just to, in simple terms, that has been postponed, if not put off indefinitely, for a whole host of reasons. And what we would hope to do instead of that project is to improve the land and extend the area of usable space around that large exposed ledge. For those of you that were able to come to the property and tour, I think over a year ago, you know from the site, it is overgrowth. There's quite a bit of creeping vine and aggressive species in there. This is an opportunity for us to, again, create some usable space, improve the project. And I think we're also doing it in a way that's significantly less impactful to the area. And we're doing it with Conservation Committee requests in mind, things like native plantings along the perimeters, et cetera. We're staying obviously well outside the 50. There is some impact between the 100 and the 50, but again, this is nothing that is really that much more, I think, if at all more than the original plan. And again, remember that original plan, if you were to see it, included an extensive interlocking brick wall to support the structure of a pool house as well as the pool. And this is just slope property, some plantings, et cetera.
Charlotte, you have anything to add at this time?
Yes, I'll rip the Band-Aid off and start with a little bit of sad news. I have not yet received a DEP file number for this, unfortunately. I was waiting for it today. We got a few others today, but I don't know why. I don't know what happened, Ethan. Then DEP just needs to give us a number. So we will have to at least continue this to April 6th while we wait for a DEP file number. But having said that, this project, from what we confirmed, is staying under the 5,000 square foot of land alteration limit. And I believe, Ethan, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was about 1,650 square footage of alteration in the 100-foot buffer. The rest of the work was outside of the 100-foot buffer. And that you worked with can you confirm that this was designed by a landscape architect to,
That's correct.
create okay.
All the above were correct.
Okay. And that we were trying to stick to the, somewhat of the original design to have this native plantings buffer at the end of the limit of vegetation removal. And you were also proposing a couple trees here along the property line. And I believe you are removing, you are removing these two trees still. They're a little hard to see in the plan, but there's two trees here around this ledge that are being removed, but no other trees in this area are being removed, and it's just the brush vegetation.
That is correct. There, if you all remember, there was one tree. If you go back to the back, let's call it left corner of this design plan, that was approved for removal. The tree itself is falling over.
Yeah, it was up
into
it was
the
around
lawn.
here.
Yeah, and it, again, it's not on this plan because I don't think the architect is aware of that, but that we would like to remove that. It was approved for removal. It's dangerous. I mean, it's a dead tree that's leaning over into my property. We have little kids that run around there all the time and friends of theirs. And so we would like to go ahead and have that removed as well, if that's possible.
You do have the previous order conditions for that. And then in this, even though this is a different project in the same project area, I would advise the commission to just kind of keep that in mind with any possible conditions about how to time this, especially given the fact that the applicant still might be considering the pool project in the future, and whether or not we would need an amendment to that site plan if, let's say, this is installed first and then we were to do the pool in the future. So I think that's why the applicant's requesting to keep the current order of conditions open for now until they can kind of figure out what they want to do and go with this plan. And if anything changes, obviously, like if this were to be issued, in the future, if they wanted to build the pool, that plan would have to be revised on the older order of conditions. So just wanted to keep that in mind from a logistical perspective.
And
Charlotte,
we'd
I'm
certainly
so-
be very comfortable coming back before the commission to discuss that if we were making that change.
Charlotte, I'm sorry, I'm probably confusing things. Wasn't there another project where it was suggested that one permit had to be closed before work commenced? Was that an NOI?
Yeah, it's a little tricky when you deal with two different types of projects on the same property. Usually when you're dealing with the same type of project on the same property, usually they would expect that order to be closed before the other one starts. So, we can double check with council on this since these are two different projects, but I would want to kind of clarify that from a procedural perspective. Like, for example, DEP assigned a file number to a project that already has an open order of conditions with the expectation that the other order would be closed out before this one starts, before the newer one would start. So we can check with council on that about the logistics of if we can keep two open orders of condition or if we can condition this in a way to kind of, keep that in mind. Sorry, really good question.
Any questions at this time by the commission? No. Any questions from the public? So, Mr. Myers, unfortunately, we're not able to make a ruling on this tonight because we don't have a DEP number. So I'm going to ask that I thank you for coming tonight, and I'm going to ask that we continue this until April the 6th.
Can I just ask a question on that? Is there is there any concern on the commission's part, or are there any conditions that we could put on this in order for us to maybe get started? And the only reason I asked that question is I got a daughter graduating from high school, and the calendar between her graduation and current is shrinking rapidly on us, and we were hopeful to get started as soon as possible. And I realize 2 weeks is not the end of the world, but I don't know if it's possible for us to at least get started with some conditions, or if that's not allowable.
I don't think it's allowable.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
You do have your existing order of conditions that I'm sure shows some work on it, right? That
That's
you
true.
could probably pursue under that order. I
Okay.
would think. I don't know exactly what it is, but just a suggestion.
I think, I guess under the original order, this area where the lawn, expansion is proposed here with the vegetative buffer around it. This was, of course, where a pool patio and a pool house were going to go. So I think as long as erosion controls are installed, and then Ethan, we can talk offline about, kind of combining erosion controls from the previous plan with this plan. If they wanted to start removing some of the vegetation, as long as they've recorded the original order of conditions, and we can do a brief pre-construction inspection visit of erosion controls, you could start that potentially, at least with removing some of the brush area that was approved under the original order.
Okay, that would be great and super helpful. Thank you for that. Is there anything that I need to do on my end for that the DEP file number, or did we not do something right on our end to do that?
No, nothing you did wrong, unfortunately. I did call DEP, a couple times, touch base with them. They have limited staffing too, and they did assign a couple file numbers for some of our projects today. It's just unfortunately, this one just didn't get one, so I apologize. It does happen every once in a while.
Understood. Okay, thank you. And Charlotte, I'll follow up with you.
Yeah.
Maybe sometime later, whether maybe tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
Great.
All right, thank you, everyone. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you. This hearing is continued until April the 6th. Our next hearing this evening is a amended stormwater permit 22-24. Charlotte, I have this to be read into the record. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, it's amended filing, so it just needed a public notice and.
Okay. I'll read it into the record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw, the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, March 23rd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. for an amended stormwater permit 22-24 for Daniel and Kelly Bliss at 318 Forest Avenue.
Good evening. This is Attorney Jeff DeLisi. I, as you recall, represent Dan and Kelly Bliss. I'm here tonight with Carmen Hudson, our engineer from Merrill. Just briefly, the board, I'm sure, the commission recalls that back in December, after a lengthy public hearing, a stormwater permit was issued for this particular proposal. There was quite a bit of discussion with our neighbor to the west, the Greenips, and their consultant, who was at the hearing on their behalf as well. Following the issuance of the permit, the Greenips and the Blisses have gotten together and discussed ways in which further mitigation could be done to satisfy the Greenips with respect to the stormwater aspects of this project. So the two parties got together and agreed mutually on the plan that Carmen has just sent in to you. That plan is, from our standpoint, more conservative from a stormwater perspective as it relates in particular to this westerly abutter. And Carmen can go over the reasons why. As a result of the fact that we've reached consensus on this, the parties have actually resolved and been able to resolve other issues with respect to an appeal of a previously issued Board of Health permit for the keeping of animals and for a stable. So things are positive, and we asked the commission to amend the stormwater permit consistent with this plan. I think Carmen also had a request concerning specific conditions of approval that we believe would be mooted if the commission were to issue this approval. So I'll just turn it over to Carmen to present to the commission. Thank you.
Good evening. It feels like it's January again, which is my birthday month. So I guess I would be good. Let me share my plan, if I may. Oh, there we go. I'm sorry. It's been a while since I've been in front of you. I lost my touch as far as Zoom is concerned. So let me share. Can you all see this plan?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the approved plan. I just wanted to go over what was approved before I go over the changes that we are proposing now. So this plan that was approved followed pretty much the contours that exist on site. As you may recall from your site visit, everything flows in a direction towards this corner right here, this area, which is existing brush. This portion was going to be left alone. This was a 16,000 square foot paddock area. We had conducted a test pit. We found shallow groundwater. And we proposed an infiltration system here, and we had a trench going along the lower sides of the paddock to collect the runoff, send it to the infiltration system. And then we had this outlet pipe that, because of the elevation that had to be shallow, once again, we were trying to minimize the fill here and mimic what was there. We had this outlet elevation 77, which was about 50 feet away from this western property boundary. So after talking with the Greenups, their main concern was anything flowing directly in that direction, even though the flows are in that direction today. So what we are doing now is we're actually proposing to fill this area. So as you can see, the direction of flow now is being changed. Instead of this flowing in this direction, which it currently does, now we're filling this so it flows in this direction. So we're changing the direction of surface flow over the paddock. Why are we doing this? Just in order to increase the time of flow, as well as increasing the treatment train. So this is about 150 feet. So we're increasing the treatment train by 150 feet worth of runoff over the lawn. Also, this paddock would be reduced from 16,000 square feet to 15,350 square feet. We are going to leave more of the brush area untouched. It's going up by 1,130, I believe. I will check that. Yeah, so it's going from, before we were keeping 6,600 square feet of this brush area to remain untouched. Now it's going to be 7,730 square feet of brush that will remain untouched. Also, we're providing, evergreens. I don't know if it was evergreens, but there are trees on this side to provide further screening towards the Greenups. The biggest thing here is just the fill that will be brought in to be sending the flow in the opposite direction. Another thing, the Greenups were concerned about the infiltration system being, closer to their property boundary, the property boundary shared with them. So we're proposing to put the crushed stone, the infiltration system, here inside the pool. So the pool will be crushed, filled with Board of Health clean sand, and then we will have the same system that we were having here, but over here in the pool. So now the infiltration system used to be 100 feet away from the west property boundary. Now it's going to be 200 feet away from it. We're also proposing now 2 trenches, one up here, which is going to collect this stormwater and some of this stormwater, and it's going to go in that direction. And this trench right here, which is going to consist of wood chips on the top, 1/2 foot of wood chips and 1/2 foot of crushed stone. And this trench is going to be collecting everything from the paddock and from this area right here, and is going to send it to this infiltration system. So now the outlet of the infiltration system comes out here, which is 200 feet away from that west property boundary. We are also, this is a little bit of a low area. I don't know if you remember from the site visit behind the shed. So now what we're doing is we're eliminating that low area. Now this is going to be a swale, a grass swale. So now once again, the treatment train is being increased, to 200 feet from the overflow pipe. So these are all the changes that we're proposing, quite a few changes actually. And because of all these changes, we thought that all of the special conditions that had been added to the stormwater permit issued to the previous approved plan were addressed with this very conservative design. So if I may, and I'll try to do this quickly, go over the special conditions. So your special condition number 14 was limiting the the hours that the horses could be in the paddock to 4 hours a day. We believe that this condition was put in place as an abundance of caution to try to ensure that the treatment would be plenty, for the stormwater. As you can see, we have increased the treatment tremendously over the surface through this trench with the wood chips, the infiltration system further away, and a longer grass swale here and more. This also goes into a longer path that is just the brush that will be untouched. So we don't believe that there is any further treatment necessary or any more precautions that would be needed for this particular use. The next condition was condition number, I'm sorry, this was also part of condition 14, which was to use low release nitrate fertilizer and reduce to a maximum of 2 pounds per 1,000 square feet. We're actually reducing the amount of lawn from the approved plan by 1,130 square feet. And so that is how come the amount of brush that will remain untouched has increased by that same amount. So we also don't believe that condition is necessary, since we are reducing the amount of lawn, increasing the treatment train that is being provided for stormwater. The next condition was to increase the distance of the outlet pipe from 50 feet to 75 feet. It said to increase it by half as much. So that would have increased it by this much, right? The outlet would have been here. And to have it on top of the system. We're proposing the outlet to be here now, which is 200 feet away. And there is no flow from this system during the 2-year event. So we don't believe that condition is necessary now either. And the last condition was that the outlet pipe should discharge to an earthen berm, a swale or a dike around or at the end of the pipe outlet to reduce discharge velocity. Once again, we don't think that it is necessary here. For an infiltration system, you've seen those chambers with the crushed stone. Whenever you have a pipe that is flowing into crushed stone, and normally it's 3/4 of an inch to 1.5 inches, right? So whenever you have flow going into stone, then it's not huge stone. The maximum velocity that should be allowed to be, in order not to be concerned about scouring, is 2 feet per second. And during the 10-year storm for this infiltration system, that outlet pipe is going to have 1.69 feet per second, and it's going to go onto stone. So also, normally the design storm that is used is a 2-year storm. There's no outflow during the 2-year storms. We use the 10-year storm, and it's still under the 2 CFS velocity. So we also don't think that condition applies to this new design. And with that, I think I've bored everyone enough. If there are any questions on the technical aspects of the changes, I would be more than happy to answer them.
Carmen, could you zoom in on the filtration and overflow area?
Sure. You know what? Oh, there we go. You know what? It has been that long that I don't remember how to zoom. I can't
Top of
find
the
my
page,
stuff.
top of the page, the percentage.
Oh, there we go. Where is that?
Right where the big plus sign is.
Trying to find. Oh, there we go. I'm sorry. I had my my menu on top of it. Okay. Is that good enough?
Could
Yes.
you raise the page a little bit, please?
Raise the
Ra-
page?
Yeah, I want to see your swale down at the bottom.
Okay.
Thank you.
This
Yeah, thank
or
you.
the detail?
No, well, no, I just wanted to see the plan for right now.
Okay, so that is a 1.5 foot wide trench. And it's
Mhm.
going to be the wood chips on top. That was very important for Mr. Greenup's engineer to have the wood chips. So we're going to have the wood chips on top and then the crushed stone underneath.
So you said that that there'll be no overflow with the 2-year storm, is that correct?
No, nothing coming out of the infiltration system. During the
Is
2-year
that
storm.
because the volume of the pool will hold all that water?
Well, the thing is, we're going to be filling this pool with sand.
Yes,
So it's not just, before we just had the 1 foot of crushed stone over the natural soil.
yes.
Now we're going to have the 1 foot of crushed stone over sand.
Right, I understand. So what is the volume of the swimming pool and what's the volume of a 2-year storm?
Let me see. So the volume of the 2-year storm can be greater, but there is an infiltration rate for sand that is greater than that of, I think this was sandy loam that we had. So, yeah, well, as far as the volume of the pool is concerned, well, that's like a 6 foot pool or a 5 foot pool.
I don't know, you're telling us.
So it is.
Yeah, it's like it's the deep end is, I think it's a 10-foot deep end pool. It's an
Well,
old 80s pool.
That's fine. What I'm trying to understand is Carmine said that a 2-year storm would not produce overflow. I'm trying to understand what numbers she's comparing to each other.
So this is because of the rate of infiltration of the sand, which is much greater than that of the sandy loam.
I understand, but are you to what level is the sand going to infiltrate?
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I understand, because if you're asking me for a volume, the best way to give you a volume is just by looking at the HydroCAD model.
Right, so that's the one volume, the volume of water.
Mhm.
But you're saying that it's going to infiltrate into the sand.
Mhm.
What happens if the sand is full?
What happens if the sand is full?
Yes.
Fully saturated.
Well, so for that, I made the assumption that the depth to groundwater was going to be the same up there than down where we had it. Is that correct? I'm not sure. I'm guessing that it probably is, but the pool right now, we cannot conduct a test pit there, only maybe something nearby. But to give you an idea of or to give you exactly what the volume will be, we can go. So we're looking at the 2-year event, right? The extreme storm that we use is a 3.4-inch storm. And what is going to the infiltration system here. So you see here, 0.02 acre feet is going into that pool, into that infiltration system that's in the pool. And volume outflow. So this is the outflow. You see the discarded outflow, right? Is 0.16 CFS. Well, I'm sorry, that's the velocity, the flow, but the volume is 0.02 acre feet. So the same 0.02 acre feet that is going into the system is being discarded. You see this primary right here? The primary is the outflow pipe. And during the 2-year event, there's 0. But then if we go to the 10-year event or the 100-year event, then you will see that there is flow coming out of that. So here, for example, this is going to the infiltration system, but this is the 10-year event. Let me see.
So Carmen,
Yes.
I guess what I don't understand is you're putting sand into the pool,
Mhm.
but it's not a indefinite volume
Oh,
of
well,
water that it can
okay.
hold.
So I think I understand your question now. You're assuming that the pool walls are going to remain intact. No, it's not a tub. It couldn't be. So the pool walls are going to be crushed.
Right.
So the sand, so there's a ton of sand that is going to go in there, but the pool walls are they either have to be perforated, which would be crazy to perforate the walls and the floor. So they will be crushed, and they have to be crushed so that it becomes permeable, or else it wouldn't work. It would have to be removed otherwise. Because the whole point of this is, and once again, personally, I would have preferred to have it somewhere else where we had it originally, but this is something that we are working with the neighbors on. This is the location where they prefer to have the infiltration system in. But if the walls and the floor are crushed, then that is not holding water. We wouldn't
Okay.
be able to do
Okay.
this if it were holding water.
Okay, but at that point, you are making an assumption that there's a certain type of soil beneath the pool? That the sand, that as the water travels through the sand, it then migrates into another type of soil, is that correct?
Yeah, more than likely it's going to travel into the same soil that we encounter outside. Of course, we won't know until we do the test bits, but yeah, so, we are going to be, using that area and that volume so everything is going to be crushed, and then it's going to be filled with 10-foot deep or however deep volume of clean sand.
Mhm.
So Carmen,
Yes.
just to kind of streamline this,
Mhm,
all of that crushed material,
mhm.
the water's going to infiltrate in there, not from necessarily exclusively from the paddock area, but from all the surrounding soil and stuff. And so the water table in that pool area is going to be essentially what it is just outside of it.
Yeah, more than likely.
And
yes.
if you and with your test pit that you did,
was here.
yeah, that test pit there, you found that the water table was what, 2 feet below surface?
It was about 2 feet below the surface here.
So I think it's a safe assumption that pool area within, a fairly short period of time would then all of that crushed stone and the sand is going to be saturated, and the top of that saturated zone will be about 2 feet below ground level.
It could be, yeah.
Yeah.
So that was my assumption, but you see, by bringing all of this, you see, for example, there's a elevation of 82.8.
Yeah.
Right? And here is 80.5. So we're bringing this up by over 2 feet. So while we are providing, at least the 2 feet of separation, we're also increasing the amount of soil that will be composed of sand, because we're bringing the elevation of the surface up. Is the elevation of my assumption is that the elevation of the groundwater is about 2 feet from this elevation, 80.2 or something like that over here. But on top of that, we're bringing the surface elevation to 82.8. So over here on the new infiltration system, we are going to have a greater depth of sand than we would if we were just to fill this the way it is today at this elevation.
Well, I suspect that as you raise the grade, water table to some, particularly since it's being raised over such a large area, that the water table is going to rise with it. It may not be 2 feet below surface, but it's not going to stay where it's at now.
Well, for example, if this weren't a pool, if we were just putting the system here, then when we do a test pit there, I would just use the the groundwater elevation of the test pit, whether I cut or fill. So I cannot assume that the water table is going to increase because I am putting fill on it. So I just have to abide by whatever the groundwater table is, and I have to provide at least 2 feet of separation from the bottom of my system.
Well, I disagree with that analysis. I don't think that that's accurate. As you
That-
raise, as if you were just raising a mound
Mhm.
the size of the pool by 2 feet,
Mhm.
I'd accept that the water table wouldn't rise with it. But how big is this thing? 16,000 square feet? So you're
This paddock is, yes,
Yeah.
well,
and-
less than that now, but yes.
Yeah, okay, so you're raising the grade over quite a substantial area.
Mhm.
And it's going to, the water table is going to rise with that to some extent. I don't know how much, couldn't predict it, but I can tell you it is going to go up. We just don't know how much.
So design wise though, going by the stormwater standards, which we have to go by, we do not change the elevation of the water table for proposed
Well,
condition.
I'm sorry, but nature isn't going to follow those rules.
I have to follow the rules.
Well,
Mm.
okay. I think my only comment to this is sort of like the one I had before, where the outlet pipe was very close to the outlet was very close to the Greenups property. Now it's I'm sure the Greenups are happy to see that it's twice as far away from their property as it was, but it's also pretty close to the neighbor to the south. And could you tell me why you can't just shorten that so that it discharges right behind that shed, for example?
I could, because the elevation of the bottom of the stone, let me just check because I don't want to promise.
Sure.
But I'm pretty sure that the elevation of the bottom of the stone is higher than 78. I just need it to be higher. The higher, the better. Yes, it's at 80.5. So I could bring it down here to elevations. I could bring the 79. I could change the grading slightly, bring the 79 up here and just bring up next to the shed.
I think the neighbors might appreciate that.
Oh, I'm sure. And that's a good, thank you very much. That's a very good
I
suggestion.
mean, if it doesn't really impact your stormwater
It doesn't.
calculation it's maybe just insurance that you don't
But we're
impact.
definitely trying to make all our neighbors happy, not just
Yeah.
the Greenup. So yeah, we're
Yeah.
totally fine with doing that. If that's a good suggestion, let's do it.
Mhm.
That'd be my suggestion, that you just shorten that outlet pipe and keep it not as far away from the neighbors as you can, but at least not quite as close as you have it now.
Yeah, we don't have to change the design at all to do that, just the outlet pipe and some grading.
Yeah.
So the one concern I have is that all the stormwater is now being redirected either to the infiltration via the stone trench,
Mhm.
or to the plan south. And you're showing a swale, but the last arrow to the left of the swale is pointing as horizontally when really it's going to, a lot of the water is going to come out of that swale and head down south. Well, up there, yes, up there it's going to go that direction, but if that note weren't there, you can see that the contour has a big dip right there. The 77 contour has a big dip, and
77. Mhm.
yeah, but if you follow it the other direction,
Here,
yeah, and it goes down there. So that arrow, as the water exits the tightest part of the swale where your two 78s are together, it's actually going to want to turn and head down towards that neighbor.
here,
You've got your arrow
No.
drawn parallel to your contour line. And of course, that's not right.
Well,
It's
so
gotta be
this is-
perpendicular to the contour lines.
are we talking about this arrow right here for the 78?
No, the one to
The
the
other
left.
arrow.
This one
That
right
one,
here?
right there, that's
Yeah.
drawn parallel to a contour line, isn't it?
Okay, so this, you see, like so this is a swale, that's a swale, and I don't remember, I don't know if you remember from the site visit, the swale is right here. Right at the property boundary, there's a fence on the Greenips, I'm sorry, on the Bliss's side. So the direction of flow, let me just put it here, it goes from here. Oops.
Carmen, the direction of flow is at right angles to the contour lines.
Exactly, so it goes
Okay.
like this.
And maybe I'm not reading this right because you aren't zoomed in quite far enough, but it looks like that that one vector you've drawn is actually parallel to a contour line. Is that right or wrong? What is that
so-
line that it's? What is
So
that
it's
line that
going
it's
to
parallel
go here, 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 you know. Here,
You're missing my point.
Mhm.
Chris, can you draw, I don't think I can have the ability to draw on this. Maybe I do. Hang on. I don't.
Here, give me a second.
Yeah. would
so
you-
this is going to go
So,
here.
Chris, if you could just highlight that vector. And
I just
have
want
a
to draw
question.
I just want to
Mhm.
draw the contour first,
Okay, yes, so that's 77.
okay?
Mhm.
So
That vector is sitting on top of a line that's drawn here.
no, that
And
I
it
think
looks-
that's
and
a
it-
shrub line. I think that's a shrub line,
This is
Okay.
a shrub line,
Okay, I can't make it out from.
right?
from-
But
you're correct, Chris.
my
Those are
point
the
is,
contours.
the
Mhm.
water is as likely to do that as it is to do that.
No, because that is a
What do you mean no?
shorter path than this is. And also when we had the site visit, and I mean, I know that you guys just went there once, I've been there more times than that. This house is higher than that area. You can clearly see a swale down here with all of the leaves and, you know. But no, I mean, it does not go towards the house. And you can see also that it is a longer path. So I can see your concern there. What we could do, if it is, if it really is a concern, we can propose a berm along the property boundary. You know, it wouldn't hurt.
Well, again, we're trying to look out for the neighbor here.
Mhm.
To the south, not just the Greenips, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to, I mean, we're friends with both of the neighbors. We definitely don't want to make things
of
worse
course
for
not.
them. So
Yeah.
if we need to put a berm there, we'd be happy to do that. I mean, whatever we
Yeah,
need to
that
do
would
to
be a
keep the water going when it needs
belt
to
and
go.
suspenders. Mhm.
Okay, so I'm just calling up the contours now on my side of it to see whether that's correct or not. Hang on a second. Yeah, the existing contours are somewhere between maybe not quite as southerly as that southerly one Chris drawn, but it's certainly not parallel to your last flow line, your last flow arrow.
Mhm.
It is going to flow, pretty much flow is going to be towards the edge of the neighbor's lawn. And while their house, the south side of the house is at a higher elevation, the north side of the house is not at a higher elevation. So again, anything you can do here to
I think a berm.
to direct that, and a berm is probably the way to go.
Yeah. Yeah, because that would also help make it very clear as far as what the path of flow is for this
Right.
extended, you know, swale.
Right.
So, yeah, absolutely.
So,
That's very
if you'd go back to your HydroCAD calculation for the 2-year scenario.
I'm sorry. Let me move you. For the 2-year scenario. For the infiltration system?
Yeah, where you had your, the lines you were showing us where the discard
Mhm.
was 0, I believe,
Yeah,
or the primary was 0.
yes.
So it looks like the inflow is 2/100 of an acre foot,
Mhm.
and discarded is 2 acre, is the same.
Mhm.
So yes, you're not going to get any primary flow, but they're perfectly balanced. So in a 3-year storm, you are going to get discharged.
Oh, of course.
You jumped right to 10 years, and of course
Mhm.
one might infer that, well, it would take a 10-year storm to have any discharge, when in fact a 3-year storm is probably going to discharge here.
Yeah, very well could.
Yeah.
Mm.
I just wanted you to clarify that.
Mhm.
Because you're modeling interval here, it makes a pretty big jump.
Mhm. Hmm. Huh.
So at least in my opinion, the helping your neighbor to the south is I think a modest berm would be wise, and also moving that discharge outlet so that it's farther away from their property line would also be good. So yeah, something like that.
Mhm.
And then you're assured that discharge is going to go down through that swale and not end up on their back lawn.
Yeah, I think both of them are very reasonable.
Yeah, I mean those are really my only well, not exactly. The condition about the fertilizer, if we're going to revisit that, I think we're going to need calculations. You can leave it in place because we had a third-party review of that, and these numbers were arrived at by your
We can leave that in place.
and our third party. So unless we want to do another third-party review to recalculate, I'd
Nope.
say just, yeah,
We'll leave that in place.
yeah, great. And I don't understand why the other engineer wants the wood chips at the top of the trench. The idea is the wood chips are at the bottom, so there's no oxygen, so it removes the nitrate. What is he thinking?
We are really, just about everything on this design was pretty much coming from them.
Yeah.
He actually would have preferred to have the infiltration system made of wood chips. That was the initial, but of course it couldn't because it would just,
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think this is going to work. I mean, it looks, these are minor details. I think it looks like, to me, it looks like it's going to work.
Tom, how long is it before the wood chips just decompose and fill the trench?
Well, if they're below below the level of the standing water in this trench, they can last for decades.
Well, the trench is.
But if they're in the unsaturated zone, they're gonna rot. There's oxygen, so there's lots of critters, bacteria and fungus and all that stuff that's gonna eat them up. So again, it's I don't understand why he wants them at the top. He must have a reason. Maybe he knows something I don't.
This trench actually is not going to stay wet. This trench is, that's why I didn't really, I mean, it gives a little bit of treatment, but there is a
How
slope,
deep did you say it was, Carmen? 1.5 feet?
a foot and a half.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, it might. Now that you're raising the grade, if the water table does come up, it might be wet in the bottom, or at least moist in the bottom most of the time. It's hard to
I
say.
hope not.
Well, hope's great, but we'd rather see an engineering solution than hope.
Charlotte, is there an operation and maintenance plan that goes with that?
Yeah, with the trenches, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, so we have, I was just looking at it actually, in the long-term O&M plan, they specify maintenance instructions for the infiltration system, the stormwater trench, the pipes, and the roof drains. And then, of course, they've also included their stable management plan.
mhm.
Doesn't specify anything about wood chips, though, in terms of the trenches. It just says that, obviously gives the basic maintenance of, they'll be inspected after storm events, and remove any debris sediment within reach that may be clogging the trenches.
I take it there's a pipe at the bottom of this, right?
Yes.
So I guess I still don't understand how the wood chips don't just decay and clog the whole trench.
Yeah,
Well, there's a filter fabric between the wood chips and the crushed stone,
okay.
and everything has to be replaced if,
Okay,
if the wood chips are rotted or displaced because of stormwater flow.
all right. So Charlotte, you just have to make sure that's in the operation and maintenance.
Oh, about the can you repeat that? I was looking at the detail.
Well, Carmine said that it would have to be taken out and replaced if it clogs up.
Yeah,
So I just want to make sure that that's in the
Okay.
operation and maintenance. It's not just on the surface. I mean,
right.
if there's a storm and it's bubbling over, it means it's not going into the trenches and functioning, and that would have to be taken care
Yeah,
of.
we can add a condition to, revise the long-term O&M plan to include those maintenance details about replacing those layers if, obviously anything happens after storm events or long-term, use.
So I misunderstood. He's not putting the wood chips at the top. He's making a sandwich here.
Yep. So it looks like,
Yeah.
Yeah, the stone at the top is just to keep everything in place
Right.
with the flow.
Right. Well, you'll know if it's deteriorating because the stone will start
Exactly, it will sag.
subsiding. Yeah.
Mhm.
So there were 4 conditions that you felt were reasonable to consider. Tom, you brought up one, correct?
Yeah.
Which was
Well, a couple actually. The berm, which you suggested, the shortening the outlet pipe and leaving the fertilizer protocols in place.
yeah, but I'm talking about the conditions from the previous order of conditions that they felt could be removed.
it was, I can pull up the permit if we wanted to look at them, but there were technically 3 conditions, but one with 2 parts. So yeah, 4 items total on our permit. And they're requesting with this amended permit to remove all of them. But, obviously it seems like we want to keep the fertilizer one. So the other ones were using a earthen berm swale or dike around the outflow pipe. And we're, sort of kind of not doing that in that specific area, but now we're going to create one on the southern border. And then the other one was about the horses being in the paddock for no more than 4 hours a day. That was also kind of linked to that peer review. So I don't know if we want to keep that or remove it. And then Carmen, what was the last one? I'm sorry. Oh, it was shortening the pipe, which again, it's a different design now. And obviously the pipe has been shortened, pushed further back, and now we're going to shorten it again. So we can take that condition out and kind of revise it with the new language that Tom suggested.
Mhm.
So I've been watching a paddock in Hingham because it's on Rockland Avenue, and I go past it several times a week at least. And I can tell you from observation that donkey and that horse in there freely use the paddock to defecate and urinate.
What horse?
So if they're only doing it 10% of the time, I'd hate to see what's the inside of their shed looks like.
What?
Well, they clearly are defecating in the paddock quite a lot.
They're open to the paddock full time, like the entire time.
Well, they
We're
do
not-
have- they
We
do
don't
have-
plan on doing that.
Yeah,
We just want to make sure that like if we're cleaning out the stalls and it takes longer than 4 hours, that we're not going to get somebody yelling at us for being like 5 hours instead of 4. I mean, it's like
These horses won't be out.
those horses are on sand, and our horses are going to be grass, so we don't want them overgrazing. So
yeah, okay.
we don't plan on.
And I would also add secondarily that our stable management permit actually has a condition such that the paddock is cleaned. That's a very rare condition to be imposed on a stable. And so that is a, unique, circumstance whereby we have what is inherently, I mean, it is a lawn vacuum, basically.
Yeah.
It goes through and vacuums up the manure.
I mean, we are concerned about the same things that our neighbors might be concerned that we have a pool right nearby, so we don't want
Yeah.
feces out there over long periods of time. So we're going to be cleaning it out.
How many
daily.
hours would you propose then if you think 4 is somewhat short? How many
Some days
hours?
it will be 0, some days it might be 6, some days it might be
Oh, I see.
2. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
there's many times
Yeah,
we
sure.
don't put them out at all.
Yeah.
Usually actually when it's raining, you just leave them in. They don't.
So it's
on
really
sand
the
or rain.
accumulation over, let's say, the accumulated time over a month that they're out would average
Exactly.
4
It still
hours?
could be. It still could, I'm sorry, what? It average what?
Well, I mean, we have this sort of rigid provision that they can only be out there for 4 hours.
Right,
And of course, the implicit assumption is that that's every day. They're out there for 4 hours every day. But in
Right.
fact, if they're out for 6 hours one day and they're out for no hours, then the average is.
exactly.
3.
And I also think that the nature of horses overgrazing is a greater concern. When they're in a sand paddock, it's different.
Mhm.
When they're in a field where you have to measure their displacement of hay versus grass and sugar intake from the grass versus hay. It's a lot more complicated and you have to manage it. And so, there will be more controls on this paddock than there is that of a paddock where you'd put a donkey out all day long, where that's generally their nutrition is either grazing, grass or hay in the paddock.
Okay, so I understand that in fact, the more reasonable control is simply your effort to maintain your pasture in good condition rather than having this rigid no more than 4 hours a day
Correct.
Exactly.
stipulation. And
Exactly. And that's
But-
what the
That makes
barn
sense.
management plan was intended to do.
So maybe we shouldn't be overstepping what the management plan has already contemplated.
Right.
But Tom, wasn't that a recommendation when looking at water quality?
Well, remember there was this calculation of how much potential nitrate might be generated.
Right.
And it's a model. It's not reality.
Mhm.
And it is pretty rigid when you say, well, 4 hours a day is okay. 5 hours one day and 3 hours the next would be the same thing. I mean, that wasn't even contemplated at the time. How much did that 4 hours come from the third-party review? How did we arrive at that? I don't recall.
It was based off of the the TMDL nitrogen
Right.
daily load calculations based on the number of horses and the size of the paddock, and given assuming certain conditions, it was measured that I think like the nitrogen loading won't be significant if the horses are in there for a certain amount of time. And then he also recommended the nitrogen limitation use of 2 pounds per 1,000 square feet. So I think those numbers did both come from the peer review. But like you said, it was based off of modeling and numbers and
Yeah. So
But we don't
if
know
there-
whether
if there
it
were
was
a total of
cumulative.
120 hours a month, say, where the horses were out, that and not exactly 4 hours each day or whatever, then it would do the same thing.
Well, you're making the assumption that it was based on some cumulative amount as opposed to an hourly amount.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Yeah, and of course, those numbers in that model did not take into account the specifics of this specific pasture, which of course we're vacuuming, as Kelly indicated, and it'll be grassed. So we're going to be,
Well,
it's
they-
kind of going to be self-controlled, so to speak.
Yeah, it's complicated. And we've had this third-party review and now we're revisiting all of this.
well, and we have a different condition now because we have a fill.
Yeah.
Which is, a different soil condition than what we had originally also. I mean,
And we have a
assume-
smaller grassed area too, smaller pasture, smaller paddock by 1,000 square feet.
Which may be a positive or a negative.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm the first to admit that I don't have the information that would tell me that.
The third-party review wasn't suggesting to restrict the hours. It was just saying that they're not likely to be out there more than 4 hours.
It was a baseline. The restriction that was imposed,
Was the
was the fertilizer, which we're
Well,
keeping.
Can you call up that third-party review and sort of isolate the meat of it, let's say, and see if that makes sense?
Do you want the TMDL memo that was originally obtained, or do you want the peer review report from Weston?
Well, I think we're looking at the assumptions that went into this and
Right.
to see how flexible we can be, I guess.
Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up Weston and Sampson's memo.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now, Charlotte. I'm reading through it.
Oh,
because
okay.
I thought
I was
the
speed
4
reading it.
hours
Yeah.
came from the blisses. I remember
Oh, okay.
Deanna and Kelly telling
Okay.
us that it was going to be 4 hours a day. I don't remember.
Okay.
I remember TMDL was primarily based on the amount of lawn and how much
We were
nitrogen
just trying to
would
make
be.
everybody happy.
They had the 2 pounds per 1,000 square feet. I saw that in the report, and yeah, it does look like the 4 hours may have come from, I don't know, Kelly, if that, sorry, this is TMDL real quick, just to show you guys. Let's see.
As Charlotte's looking for that, just a
Right.
reminder is we're not in a zone 2, zone A area or
Yeah.
a water resource area at all.
Yeah.
But
and then-
I understand the proximity to
Yep.
the.
So, yeah, so this is where this value came from, at least for the fertilizer, originally from TMDL, and then Weston and Sampson agreed with that in their peer review. And then, sorry, I'm trying to pull up the peer review document again. Unless Carmen, you have it and you can beat me to it.
Oh,
Um,
I do have it. But
Let's see.
do you want, oh, there you have it. Yeah, I didn't see anything on their letter regarding a 4 hour.
I don't think so.
Mhm.
It may have come.
I remember it being from Kelly.
So
Okay.
I would think that as long as you're good with the rate of fertilization, that the number of hours out there may not really matter.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So we keep one and relieve you of
Wait,
the.
go back, please.
Mhm.
Just right there for just,
Yep.
okay, never mind, sorry.
That's okay. Sorry, I'm just kind of speed reading this, but let me know if you guys want me to stop anywhere.
If you go up there, Charlotte, right there. The annual load of total nitrogen from the 3 horses would represent approximately a 0.75% increase. In our opinion, that the total annual nitrogen load from the 3 horses would probably not be measurable
Mhm.
monitoring. So because DMDL, their calculations were really not based on the horses at all. It was based on the amount of nitrogen loading due to the lawn, to fertilizing the lawn.
Well, they were looking for an equivalent.
Right.
I could be wrong, but my understanding was that the limit to the amount of fertilizer you could apply was based on the amount of nitrate that would be generated by the horses. So
No.
you were offsetting one with the other, offsetting the horses with a reduction in lawn fertilizer.
So once again, the TMDL, from what I remember, and I can pull it, it was just based on because we were increasing the amount of lawn there. Therefore, we were going to need to fertilize more. I don't remember the horses actually being part of the calculations.
It was,
Yeah, I think it was.
absolutely.
Yeah, there it is right there.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, based off of the amount of time that the horses spend and the annual, loads decreased to about 18 kilograms per year. The lawn fertilizer would need to only be reduced to an application rate of 2 pounds per 1,000 square feet to be less than the current load on the site.
Okay, so the time interval is 1 year.
Mhm.
And maybe we were a little simplistic by dividing 365 days and looking at each day to see where we would arrive at that. So it just seems like as long as the fertilizer condition remains in place, and it makes sense that you're not going to put your horses out there every day for 4 hours and put a timer on the stove that goes off. Oh, I got to get the horses out of here. Some days it's 6 hours or 7 hours or whatever, and some days it's 0. Again, as long as you're not over fertilizing your lawn here, it seems like this all would work out.
Had a lot of study.
So I guess what I'm hearing is, I'm looking at the original stormwater permit. So we had 3 conditions, 14, 15, 16. 14 was the, stable management plan should be revised to include the following, and it was about the horses with the 4-hour limit, and then the proposed, fertilizer nitrogen application shall be slow release, time released nitrogen fertilizer reduced to a maximum of 2 pounds per 1,000 square feet. So it sounds like we want to, would we be amendable to taking out the 4 hours a day limitation, but keeping the fertilizer portion, and then taking out the other conditions about the pipe and the berm, since we're going to be, kind of issuing potentially different conditions that say kind of the same thing, just in accordance with this new plan. Is that how I understand it? I can also pull up my screen. I was trying to mark up the original stormwater permit if it's helpful to look at. Yes, okay. So sorry, this says it a lot better than I just did. Does that look correct, everyone, along with any other conditions?
Well, it's consistent with what I was just saying anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know whether anybody else agrees with me.
Charlotte, I mean, 15 15 and 16, you just want to rewrite them to be specific to this plan? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, based off of, I believe, your comments and Tom's comments about shortening the new location of the outlet pipe further away from the southern border.
Mhm.
And creating a berm along the southern border to kind of, stay in, along with that stormwater flow that'll go into the brush area, right? And then, so we can kind of like, there's similar conditions actually to 15 and 16, you just have to write them a different way.
Same conditions, just a different location essentially.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it can keep similar language here, just
Yeah.
slightly tweaking it, I guess.
Yep.
Oh, and then revising the O&M plan to include the, maintenance information for the infiltration trench layers, to kind of monitor those and replace them as needed, especially if, let's say the wood chips, deteriorate.
Yeah, and I think the signal that they are deteriorating would be subsidence in the trench.
Right.
Significant subsidence. How thick is that wood chip layer, Carmen?
6 inches.
6 inches.
6 inches.
Mhm.
Yeah. So you should be able to see if it's compacted more than an inch or 2 or 3, that maybe you got to dig them up and
Yep.
place them.
Okay. Do we have any comments from the public? No?
Don't see anyone raising their hand.
Any other comments from commissioners? Yes, Kathy.
Sorry.
Please.
Carmen, would you mind putting the plan up again for me and focusing on the northern property line? I just want to look at something with the trench there and the direction of the flow from there.
Yes. Yes.
I was trying not to interrupt before, so sorry you closed it. And maybe, can you scroll it down just a tad more? A little more, I'm looking, okay, right there, yep. Yep, perfect. So I'm looking at the top there, top left part, where it says the trench will overflow in the easterly direction.
Mhm.
And then you have the line that's going down, showing it flowing in the easterly direction. Is that going to go into the IVW or even the
Yes.
border into the buffer zone of it?
Yes, yes. So right now, all of this is going to the IVW. Also, let me see, 79. So all of this also goes to the IVW. So what we're doing is we are capturing this area. This also, let me see. This also ends up going to the IVW right now. And what we're doing is we're changing the direction of flow. Instead of this coming here, it's coming here from the 84. This is going to be coming here. Anything that gets into this trench is going to be sent in that direction. And anything that it goes in an easterly direction will end up in the IVW.
So I'm asking
This goes to the IVW, that goes to the IVW, this goes to the IVW, all of this goes into the IVW.
so the part right at the corner of top left where it says trench will overflow in easterly direction, and then you have the arrow, and
Mhm.
then it looks like the arrow points east, but is it in a trench, or because it looks
So,
like the trench
just-
stop?
I just wanted to show you the exit point of the trench. So water is going to flow into the trench. The trench is at a slight angle. I think it's at a 0.5% slope, and it goes in this direction. It is going to overflow, and then it's going to go down, right? And it is going to end up in the IVW. Once again, anything that touches this property boundary coming from our property or the next door property is going to end up in the IVW. That is the lowest point. If you take a
But
look,
Carmen,
Mhm.
you're reducing your plan is to reduce the amount of flow into the IVW versus what is going there now,
Yes.
right?
Yes, in every
Okay.
direction. Thank you, Jeff. Yes. So I was just answering your question, Kathy, but
Right.
at the end, yes, peak rate of runoff and volume is reduced during every storm event, even the 100-year storm event.
So I
But
have two.
yes, it does end up there.
Okay, and I have two questions about that. The overflow that's going to be going there, is it going through an infiltration system or it's just going into the trench and then,
It's just going into the trench.
okay. And
So it's some from here, well, anything that comes here is going to end up going down that way. Here it goes down that way.
Mhm.
So this is going to be lawn. It's going to go into the trench and it goes,
and into the
out
IVW.
that way. Mhm.
And you said it with this plan, it will be the amount going into the IVW will be significantly reduced. Do you have an idea of about how much it would
Yes,
be reduced by?
the numbers are not big, but let me tell you. So this be one. This be two. And of course, this is why I had this horrible light on because I can't see. So 0.29 and 0.19. Okay, so this is it. So towards the IVW in the 2-year event goes from this is rate of runoff. It goes from 0.29 CFS to 0.19. The 10-year event from 1.16 CFS to 0.75. And the 100-year event, it goes from 3.83 to 3.79. The volume of runoff, 2-year event goes from 0.03 acre feet to 0.02 acre feet. 10-year event from 0.09 acre feet to 0.06 acre feet. And the 100-year event goes from 0.28 acre feet to 0.23 acre feet. I mean, you're
And
talking
Carmen, that's
hundreds.
capturing water that's coming down the slope from the north, right? So it's
That-
not
that is-
water
is-
from the paddock. It's
Yeah, so
it's clean water.
yes.
Okay.
I was just wondering that, because I'm looking at where that trench is and
I mean, there's a
it
small
abuts the
portion
paddock.
here. I'm sorry.
I'm just looking where the part you're talking about and the water coming from the north side, the north area to the trench, but that trench abuts the paddock.
Mhm.
So I'm just wondering if is it in fact really clean water or is there some
So there's this
infiltration
area. There is this area of the paddock and this area of
Yeah.
the temporary paddock that will go in that direction.
Yeah.
You know, the majority of it goes in this direction. The
Right.
approved plan was similar.
Mhm.
The approved plan was similar. You see how there's that 82 right here? So this was going in this direction and this was going in this direction.
Mhm.
And well. Oops. Sorry.
Okay.
Anything else, Kathy?
No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No other comments? I'll entertain a motion. You guys are gonna make me make a motion, huh?
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I also typed up some language that I think might be helpful. I don't know if we want to look at it or if you just want to spitball it and I can type it.
I will make a motion based on what I've heard from other commissioners.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and issue an order of conditions
amended stormwater
Am-
permit,
amend-
sorry.
Oh, sorry, this amended stormwater permit, sorry. Issue an amended stormwater permit 22-24 with the following conditions: that the outfall from the infiltration area now relocated to the swimming pool will be shortened to approximately the area immediately adjacent to an existing shed. That the swale that is on the plan to catch outfall will be backed up on the property line side with a berm to contain that outfall for a longer period of time. And what was the other one? Oh, and that the operation and maintenance plan will reflect the need to monitor the trenches and remove any decayed wood chips and replenish with fresh wood chips should the wood chips decompose to a point where they're blocking infiltration.
And then, did we also want to remove the 4-hour time limit from condition 14?
Do we do that as a new motion, or do we do it as a?
It can be a part of your conditions, or if you want to do it separately, whatever's easier.
Yeah, we'll do it as a superseding motion to
Okay.
item number, what is it?
14.
To remove item number 14 from the previous conditions.
You're not going to remove item 14. You're just going to remove the
Oh, I'm sorry.
item 14 that refers to the number of hours that the
Yeah.
horses can be in the paddock, but the
Right.
the fertilizer condition remains the same.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second,
Having a motion and a second to issue an amended stormwater permit as specified, we'll take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
Our next hearing this evening is emergency certification 23-12. I'll read it into the record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw, Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, March 23rd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for notice of intent 23-12 to repair and replace a collapsed retaining wall supporting a driveway at 63 Nichols Road by Brandon Chapnick. Charlotte, this is a second emergency certification, correct? I just want to make it clear.
Yes,
I want to make it
so-
clear to all
Mhm.
to all commissioners.
Yep. Brendan, let me know how you'd like to do this. I figured it might be best to introduce the project, and then maybe we can jump in with the status of the emergency certification, and the commission can choose to ratify that, and then we can move forward with the NOI. Does that sound okay?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Charlotte. The NOI. Did I just read that there was an NOI? Yeah,
Nope, that's
okay.
correct. Yeah. So sorry, just
Right.
a super quick history. There was an emergency certification issued in February, which we ratified at our last meeting to repair a section of the northern wall on the existing causeway from Nichols Road to the property. And then as a result of that, a notice of intent was submitted for the restoration of the wall, which Brendan can explain. But then after we submitted the notice of intent, which I can get into maybe after Brendan kind of shows the project, we did have to issue a second emergency certification based off of information we received from the building inspector and a structural engineer. So we can break that down for you guys.
Okay,
but-
so this is for both an emergency certification, which
Yep.
was not what I read into the public record, and for a
Yes.
notice of intent, which I did read into the public.
Correct. Thank you. Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, for the record, Brenda Sullivan with Merrill Associates. Yeah, so as Charlotte said, this is the second emergency certification for this causeway. The first one being for the immediate collapse of about a 60-foot section of a wall that collapsed there back in February. And then since then, there's been a site visit from the building inspector and the structural engineer for the wall, which deemed the rest of the wall pretty much in imminent failure as well. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be at the last meeting, the last emergency certification, but as you can see, the wall, it's basically, which I'm surprised it lasted as long as it did, because it's basically just almost a cinder block. I mean, they were glued together, but there was no lateral support for them, which is typical for a Versalock wall. They looked like Versalock blocks, but it wasn't tied back into the earth at all. So it just collapsed. And actually, it wasn't even after a really major rain event. And I don't think the remainder of it collapsed at that large northeaster we had, which I was surprised about. But so after that subsequent site visit, they rendered the rest of the wall in imminent danger of failing. So that's why the second emergency certification was filed, and we subsequently filed this notice of intent 2 weeks ago as well, to kind of fast track the repair of the wall. So we delineated some salt marsh on north is kind of the bottom of the page. So the easterly side, the easterly shore, we delineated some salt marsh. We also delineated some salt marsh on the westerly side over on this side, coming around here. And there is a minor area of approximately 20 square feet of salt marsh to be filled. Most of this is really not salt marsh. It's like a
On your
muck
plan,
bottom.
it's on your plan of salt marsh.
No, well, this out here is, but I'm saying adjacent to the wall is really not a lot of salt marsh. It's more like muck, more like a mud bottom salt pond, other than a grass vegetated salt marsh, which is out in this area here. So we did get comments. We did get a DEP number as recently as today. We got comments back from DEP about making it a limited project, which it is because there's limited access, and also about how the salt marsh was defined and possibly requiring a 401 water quality certification. So we're most likely going to just, we're going to continue this as well to forward, keep the permitting moving forward, maybe try and reduce or maybe even eliminate that 20 square feet of salt marsh that we were planning to fill before. The really reason why to do that was because the area where it collapsed was the wider section of the causeway. Where the filling is occurring is up here, where if this is the cross section, the area where we're filling, where we have where it collapsed, we have about 4 or 5 feet from edge of pavement to the face of the existing wall. Where we're proposing filling of the salt marsh adjacent to the wall, this 3 to 5 feet goes down to about 2 to 3 feet maybe. So there's not a lot of space between the edge of the pavement, the guardrail, and the face of the wall. So we were really the simplest thing to do is just to stack the blocks on the face of the wall and then take these out afterwards and go from there. But we may have to take these blocks out, put the new blocks in. But this really isn't the time of year to be doing this, because it's the causeway is saturated, and so it leads more to a caving in situation than if it was in like the summertime. And also obviously the tide is coming in and out of here too. Not when we're working, we put a bladder in the outlet pipe to make this fairly dry section. But it's still a challenging site. That's about all I have, I believe.
Any questions?
Could you go back to that picture that showed the, yeah, right there. Can you zoom in on that, please? So
I'm assuming you want
is
this one.
is that the original bottom we're looking at, Brendan? And there's leaves and stuff scattered there. I guess it looks like there's a slope to it from left to right. Or is that fill that we're looking at? Yeah, right in there, that area there.
Right in here?
No, the damp area that you just, yeah, right, all of that. Is that the original bottom?
Yes, it is. Yeah, we haven't touched this grade at all.
Okay. Yeah, it just sort of looks like it's sloping from left to right substantially, but
No, that might just be the graphic of it.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's fairly level in there. The water still comes down from this upper part and flows through here as it did before.
Okay. Oh, have you pulled the bladder out? Is it all? I haven't been out there to look.
I have not been out there in a little bit myself either. I think they let it flow when they're not working.
Oh,
But
okay.
they plug it up when they're working or when they're going to work. So they also have pumps to pump this out because water still makes its way through the wall and around that pipe. Maybe during our site visit, that pipe is not all, there was the block around the pipe was all corroded too and decaying and decrepit.
Given the condition of the blocks that essentially deteriorating, presumably by sodium poisoning, is that cement culvert still structurally sound?
Yes, I believe it is.
Yeah.
That the 15-inch culvert there, yeah,
Yeah.
that's still in fairly good shape.
Yeah.
Charlotte, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, a couple things, but first thing, did we want to verify or ratify the second emergency certification towards the end of this, or do you want to do that in the middle? I just had a couple comments for the NOI, but
We'll do them one after the other, so give us your comments.
okay. So Brendan, I'm not sure if you went out there the same day that South River Environmental did, but so one of the flags was actually right on top of where the new wall section in the middle was repaired. So on this easterly side here, in between the proposed wall and the already newly installed wall, there was a flag right on that corner. But judging from the photos, it's a little confusing, at least, that some of that area that he's deeming immediately in front of the wall is salt marsh, but it still looks like the muck that you see on the western side. So it didn't appear to be salt marsh in that area that's immediately along the new section of the wall, but that's where it was flagged. So I didn't know what South River Environmental maybe thought when they went out there, or if you guys went out there when he was there. So just trying to get an idea, obviously, in terms of if any salt marsh has been altered as part of the first emergency certification, because we thought it was just land under salt pond, but it seems like South River Environmental may have flagged it really close to that wall. So I don't know if any of that middle section of the wall had already altered salt marsh.
Yeah, no, I did ask John that. So he did. There was
Okay.
At the end of the I don't know if it shows up on here.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
right,
So yep.
right here, it's just out of the photo. There's
Mhm.
there's a gabion there, which
Yep.
is a rock-filled wire
Yep.
mesh, and he hung it right on the corner of that, which is
Yeah.
right. It's shown.
Yep.
It's right
Right
here.
there. Yep.
And I did ask John. I said, "Where does the salt marsh?" So you have a flag 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So where
Yep.
does it? where does it go beyond one? He says, well, it does go out in front of the wall, and then it kind of,
Okay.
it does peel away a little bit. And my guess is that it peels away because even down the end down here, this salt marsh SMA1 is about 3 feet off the face of the wall.
Mhm.
And he said it pretty much runs parallel with the wall, and then it comes out a little bit. And
Okay.
my guess is that probably maybe, I don't know if it's from the turbidity or not, from the outlet, that
Mhm.
this area in here is just mud bottom, and it probably
Yep.
doesn't get a chance to grow the grass.
Yeah, land under salt pond, yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
similar to along the face of the wall where you get some, I see the water rushing by, but you maybe you don't get the sun there because this is the northerly facing part of the wall. So there was, there is a mud section. I believe when me, you and Tom were out there in that first day, we could see through the water and we looked
Right.
at it, like we don't see any vegetation down there next to the
Right,
wall,
exactly.
so.
Yeah, that was why I was confused because, again, with the first emergency, we said that, the work obviously was not altering salt marsh, just the land under salt pond, but I didn't know if, I don't know if John might be able to maybe clarify that just a little bit based on his wetland summary report, but that's just kind of
Okay.
what I wanted to, make really clear in the notice of intent, obviously given the proposed alteration for the resource areas. And then if we do need to replicate, what's the total for that? And, because I know we have some general replication areas here, but obviously, I don't know if, I don't think you reached out to SRE about the restoration spots that you're proposing here, but we would probably want to see a little bit more information from, SRE about restoring or replicating these sections of the salt marsh, especially if we have to for the project.
Yeah, I'll get in touch with John about that. I'll have him clarify where he thinks the salt marsh was.
Okay.
And about the replication areas as well.
Yeah, and
What is the green dot dash represent?
That's the old, that's the BVW line. So this is upland over here, then it goes into let's see, a salt marsh.
There's actually a transition flag. I think it's hard to see, but it's kind of down by where that black arrow is for silt boom to be maintained throughout construction. It says BVW 1 and SMA 4.
Oh, yeah.
So there's actually
Yeah.
a transition point around that spot right there.
Yeah, so actually this BVW line probably should have went into that. So this is salt marsh and this is BVW.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
so it probably should have went, in that general direction.
Any other questions? Comments?
That was mostly it from my end, just clarifying the NOI, the total square footage of proposed alteration for the resource areas from the emergency work and just the overall NOI project in general. And then how much replication is needed, where we need it, just more details from, the wetland scientist.
All right, well, I'm gonna make a motion to issue are we just ratifying the emergency certification?
Yeah, if the commission wants to vote on that second portion, so just to clarify that as part of the second emergency, only the western portion of this dark gray section of the wall is proposed to be, fixed as part of the emergency. But then this easterly side, we're holding off for now unless more information is received that it is an emergency. However, I would just note after going to the site, Brendan, that, easterly slope is definitely starting to slough off a little bit. So I talked to Paragon about installing the erosion control blankets there ASAP, and then any other erosion measures that
Okay.
are needed there. So we can kind of just hold that ground unless something changes.
Okay.
But yes, sorry, if we wanted to ratify the second emergency certification for the western portion of the work, DEP did not comment within the 7-day period. So the approved 30-day period would be until, I believe it is April 9th. Yep, April 9th. So they would have to finish the work of the western portion to abate the emergency until April 9th. And then after that, they would have to stop.
Okay. So what are we doing? Just making a motion to
Ratify the emergency.
ratify the emergency certification?
Mhm.
The emergency certification doesn't have a number or anything?
No, surprisingly, it doesn't. Not to my knowledge. And just as a condition, I had, requested that the entire salt marsh area be flagged in this project area. It was only flagged on the easterly side, so I had them flag, ask for SRE to flag the western side before construction. So that was done prior to any emergency work. And obviously Merrill went out and surveyed it, so.
All right. Well, I'll make a motion to ratify the second emergency certification at 63 Nichols Road.
Second.
Having a motion and a second, we'll take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland. Aye. Do we need a variance with that or no?
It's a good question. I think it kind of is a little bit, it's already included again, in the emergency work, but
Okay, that's fine then. That's fine.
yeah.
And then for the NOI 23-12, we're gonna continue that?
Yep.
Okay. And that's gonna be continued till April 6th?
Yeah, if we need more time, we'll let you know, but, yeah, let's keep it on let's put it on the 6th agenda.
Okay. Then NOI 23-12 is continued until April the 6th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next hearing this evening is a continuation from March the 2nd. This is a NOI 23-09 at 78 Nichols Road.
Sorry, 1 second. Promoting the applicants and engineer. And Paul is James Ippolito, is he the certified arborist?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, I'll promote him as well. Not sure if he's away from his computer, but I sent the promotion request.
Okay, so then while we wait for him to keep things moving, once again, my name is Paul Bacus with Grady Consulting. Thank you for your time, members of the commission. Here to present the continuation for the notice of intent for 78 Nichols Road, which involves hardscape and landscaping improvements occurring within a 100-foot buffer and within a 50-foot buffer to wetland, also basically Little Harbor, which is classified as a salt pond. When we last met, there were about 3 issues that we had to resolve. One of the first issue was the issue of access that an abutter had brought up as the to the southerly portion of the site. There is a right-of-way that the abutter uses to access Little Harbor. So the applicant had met with the abutter and the location of their access was determined that they use today. And we had since updated the landscaping plan and this plan as well to adjust where the proposed landscaping would go such that the existing path and the existing access would be retained. The second issue was the tree assessment. Jay Ippolito who is a certified arborist, prepared a report analyzing the condition of the trees along the site, and we had updated the plan to identify.
I'm part of it.
James, you want to go to mute for a second?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was unprepared and I was sitting here in my t-shirt, so I'll.
Thank you, Jay. And so based on his assessment, we updated the plan to identify what's going to happen to what trees. We talked before about the 3 trees out front that are outside the 100-foot buffer being removed. Within the 50 and 100-foot buffer, the report recommended removing this tree here, close to the house, and then within the 50-foot buffer, it was recommended that there was tree trimming to these 4 trees based on his assessment, as well as this tree out here, which we spoke last time about it possibly being dead, and his report kind of confirmed that. The last issue that we kind of talked about was the rare and unusual circumstances of work being within the 50-foot buffer. And this has 2 parts, really. One is the construction of the patio and bringing equipment in order to properly construct the patio. And as you can see, there's no availability to bring a machine in along the northerly edge of the property to stay outside the 50-foot buffer. So that access would be through the southerly portion of the property, and they would have to cross into the 50-foot buffer to perform the work outside the 150-foot buffer. As I mentioned last time, no machinery work is proposed inside the 50-foot buffer. The second part of this was the landscaping work that is being proposed within the 50-foot buffer. And the rare and unusual circumstance for this project is that we're actually presenting an improvement proposing an improvement to the area within the 50-foot buffer. As we know, the inner buffer zones serve a number of important functions related to the resource area, and this proposed landscaping, it makes the improvement to that buffer area to help with serving as an important function to the resource area. That includes providing a buffer between the resource area and human activity. This would reduce the amount of lawn, and thus the lawn area of human activity and fertilization and whatnot of the lawn. It provides additional area to absorb, capture stormwater, and treat pollutants coming from upstream. The drainage flow pattern is from the right to the left, from the east to the west of the site plan. And it also provides additional habitat areas for wildlife in the area, providing shelter for smaller critters, and reducing that open lawn area where wildlife would be exposed. And it also provides improved aesthetic values. So that's kind of the rare and unusual circumstances, that we're not trying to insert impervious surfaces or put an expansion on the house, where the proposed project is actually improving that inner resource area. So with that, I can open up to any questions of the commission, any additional questions of the commission.
What is the material for the patio?
I may have to ask the applicants on that one. Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Nick, you're muted.
Sorry, folks. Yeah, it is wood. There is an existing deck in the larger, if you look at the area that's shaded in brown or tan there, the larger of those 2 areas outlined by the existing retaining wall has decking. It's the same thing. There would just be demolition of that existing retaining wall and the replacement with the similar decking material.
So the idea is that you would want heavier machinery down there to demolish that wall. Is that the idea? Oh, look at that.
My understanding is yes, from that plan, Paul can speak to it. There's demolition of the existing wall. There is construction of a new retaining wall. The details are outlined. And there's also the installation of a catch basin, I suppose, that ties in the downspouts that are marked on the plan on the site.
Dry well, not a catch basin. We're not putting in a catch basin structure. So dry well is not the appropriate term.
Could you slide that over so we can see the notes? Washwood deck. And it's that large sweeping line that represents the 50-foot buffer, is that correct?
Correct.
Yep, okay.
So what sort of mechanized excavator are you going to bring into this site?
Nick is, did you talk to the contractor about that? Exactly his means and methods?
I believe, again, I could be misspeaking, but I believe it would be a small Kubota type, machine to excavate.
So a rubber tired tractor that the operator would ride on, is that accurate?
I believe so, but again, I'm not certain.
Okay. Do you currently fertilize your lawn?
We do have a lawn service that has fertilized the lawn. Just something that we do, but that's not something that we're necessarily beholden to. I know historically my wife and I have always used organic products.
Just one of our boilerplate conditions for working here would be a prohibition of using any fertilizer, I believe, and herbicide. So you're going to no longer be able to fertilize in the 150.
Okay.
I would like to see a specification for the actual machinery that's going to go in here. Kubota tractors, fairly good size, has a significant impact. The contractor might be able to do this with a one of these smaller excavators that you operate by walking behind it. Have you seen one of those?
I have, honestly, I don't have any perspective. I mentioned that just out of a presumption. I have no, in talking with the contractor, I have no perspective really there.
I mean, ordinarily we don't let anybody do any work with heavy machinery inside the, certainly inside the 50.
Yeah, and I know it's been mentioned at the last meeting too. It's just the access to the site where the machinery would be used that requires it into within the 50. But as you can see by that plan, that the work is outside the 50.
Yeah, it's in the 100.
Correct.
Yeah, but that's still the buffer zone. So, it could be done by hand, I suppose. That's the way it used to be done. Wouldn't have any heavy machinery.
We would be using the Bobcat. This is Jay Ippolito. I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, yeah, good.
Okay, I'm really, I didn't expect to even speak tonight, but I was just gonna listen in because I had done the tree evaluation for the Warrendorfs. So, full disclosure, I am the contractor. However, I didn't feel any conflict in creating a tree assessment for them because I'm not being contracted to do any of the tree work. But to answer the question about the piece of equipment that we would be using would be a Bobcat, four-tired Bobcat.
Could you use a smaller excavator? You know the type I'm talking about, then these.
You're talking about what they refer to as a dingo, which is you can ride on the back of it and it has a little bucket loader on the front of it.
Yeah,
I think that's what you're referring to.
yeah.
It's to make the job more efficient, it would be more preferable to use a Bobcat.
Oh, I'm sure. But efficiency is not our jurisdiction.
I understand that, but and again, I didn't expect to be speaking as their landscape contractor tonight. But I would certainly take that up with the Warrendorfs if that's something they want to consider.
And so while you're speaking to this, you're going to be removing or just leveling that site, removing material or just leveling it?
There's really no material that's going to come out other than any demolition of any existing masonry work if it needs to be done. But no spoil will be coming off the site. It won't be spoil. We would be bringing some material in. Some loam would be going into the site within the buffer zone, but nothing would be being removed.
So I presume that would then you're going to compact some foundation for that patio. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do we have the details of that here?
I don't believe I have patio details now.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to see how much compaction is going to take place, what materials you're going to use. Obviously, if you significantly compact it, it's not pervious anymore.
Well, what we probably would do under the patio is what we call a open graded base. So it would really be crushed stone and then 3/4 inch to 1 inch crushed stone, and then 3/8 chip stone on top of that. So it would have a permeable element to it.
Okay.
In lieu of the dense graded base that we.
So all of the material you're going to bring in is poorly graded, right?
I'm sorry?
All of the material you're going to use for the in the construction of the patio is going to be poorly graded. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So that should retain its permeability even when you compact it.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
No, it'll still be permeable. Even the material we use between the joints is permeable.
How big are the joints?
Typically 1/4 inch. Most folks will do 1/2 inch, but we tighten them up to do 1/4 inch. As long as we can get our easy joint material in there or our chip stone material in there, so it's permeable. So we like to have them 1/4 inch, no bigger.
And is this going to be brick or stone or what?
Bluestone.
Bluestone. So bluestone, of course, is impervious. And with 1/4 inch joints, you're going to reduce your pervious area by a significant amount.
That's correct.
So I guess I'd sort of like to see the details of the actual construction of the walkways and the like with cross sections, and that's normally what we get when we're evaluating one of these.
Can I ask a question? This is Nick.
Yeah, sure.
So the my understanding is it's an important number or parameter about not increasing the specific impervious square footage with a project of this scope and this location relative to the resource by a certain amount or percentage or square footage. Again, I am not an expert. This is Mr. Backus and Mr. Ippolito's kind of field, but again, with recollection that there is an existing structure that is simply being improved upon in that hardscape area. From a, I guess you could call it worst case scenario, you seem to be suggesting that the nature of this construction would lead to a greater impervious area. The square footage, as you can see from the overlaying plan, is not it's only a little bit greater of an area of deck space. Would the in total construction truly, even if this was considered more impervious qualitatively, would it lead to a concern of this magnitude?
Well, we're not talking about a stormwater permit here, are we? I
No,
mean, you're below the threshold for a stormwater permit.
Yeah, we're below.
We're talking about impact to the wetland and the wetland buffers. So the calculation for peak runoff and all that is not even part of the conversation.
Okay, and I'm just
So
asking.
I'm looking at it from the standpoint of, well, how does this impact the resource, and does it impair the buffer zones from the ecological services that Paul rightly enumerated here?
Sure.
So that's the perspective that I'm taking is
Understood.
And how much of an impact are we talking about here to
Right.
those buffer zones and the resource itself?
Right. And not just from an erosion control standpoint, but my wife and I, are very naturalist folks. And part of our desire here was to reduce the lawn even before we knew, quite honestly, that it would be potentially a benefit from an erosion control. And in that very area, which it's difficult to appreciate without being on the site. I know Charlotte was there. But there's quite a steep pitch there. And our thought process was the specific plantings, native plants would provide in that, particularly in that region, in a more significant erosion control anyway from what's the lawn that's existing there now. So I guess my question is more qualitative. Thank you. With the removal of lawn from that tree, which is about 2/3 of the way across the screen there, towards, straight towards the viewer, I would have to imagine, again, without numbers to it, that there would be erosion control from any even subjectively increase in impervious construction or renovation to that deck.
So you're suggesting that your plantings will offset any runoff impact from your deck? Is that?
I'm suggesting that might be quite likely and practically feasible, but I don't have anything other than the common sense piece there to support. We've been in this home for a little less than a year, but I've mowed that lawn. I've pushed a mower up that lawn many times, and I know the steep pitch that's there. And that picture, I think, does appreciate it a little bit more than the elevations on the drawings. But that's part of our motivation is to remove the lawn, and in doing so, place native plants, which I think would ultimately benefit, despite the possibility of, and again, I do think it's a possibility only of more impervious surface.
Well, I certainly agree that putting in plants with probably deeper roots, Chris is probably more qualified to weigh in on that than I am, but it seems like from an erosion standpoint, that is a good idea. I'm just trying to, I haven't made up my mind about anything here. I'm just trying to establish what you're actually going to do. And try to imagine myself what impact it's going to have. So you're going to have a big flat area. I don't know how, big is maybe the wrong word, up against that staircase we can see in the right-hand side. Is that correct? Is that where this?
Correct, essentially.
It's going to
And
go?
again, it is like that, great, that picture is
Yeah.
very helpful. Most of it will be under the existing deck, which you can see there. So again, from a quantitative standpoint, I don't personally believe that there's going to add to a lot of additional impervious water flow from the expanded area.
So how far will this extend beyond the roof?
Yeah, I think there's one plan that shows that.
Yeah, could we
Maybe
see
Paul, if you can outline that, there's a plan that shows the existing deck. Yeah, right there. I think that previous plan with the beige, there you go. You can see the existing deck structure in a thin line over the tan.
Yeah, you'd have to zoom in. The lines are.
There you go.
Keep going. Let's have a real close look at this.
Yeah.
Now,
So,
Bob, I could just inject that rear terrace is wood, not bluestone. The only bluestone is in the front of the house, and it's only a total of 36 square feet.
okay. I thought.
Thank you, Jay.
Okay, thank you. That's really useful to clarify that. Where is the roof line here? Which line is the roof line?
There's a thin line that says, see where it says connecting?
Somebody trace it with a
downspouts?
cursor, please.
Pardon me?
Can somebody?
I got it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
thank you.
trace out the roof line. Great, that's perfect.
Not quite perfect, but close enough.
Well, yeah, close enough. Great. Okay, yeah, so I can see that it's not going to have a huge impact. When I was looking at it before, I wasn't quite clear. I could see that the footprint of the house, but I didn't realize that there was a cover over that back deck. And so it looked as if there was quite a big area that was going to be exposed to, rainfall.
Yeah, correct. It really is just an improvement of that space.
Yeah.
With some mild increase in square footage.
Good, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Can you zoom out a little bit, please? So I was tracing a little earlier a path that seemed to me to do far less damage to the buffer zone. I lost your picture. But once I saw that photograph, it seems to me that maybe that's not what you would be considering, Mr. Ippolito, to access this. So, I mean, it's hard to think that this planting area, this planting bed that's opposite the deck is going to control erosion better than the lawn that's there now. I hate to say it, but it's so steep that you're going to dig that all up. You're going to plant plants. Unless you get a ground cover well established, you're going to have more erosion than the lawn is currently. I mean, you do get some erosion of soil on top of lawn, but I mean, it is a mat. It's kind of holding things down. Mr. Polito, if you were going to say where you're going to drive your equipment to come in and out to this deck, would it be the path of the grass? Or would it be parallel to the contours, or where would you think you'd be going?
We would be coming down the left side of the residence, first of all.
Yeah.
And we would be staying as tight to the house as possible to make it a minimum disruption as possible.
Mhm.
In regard to the planting in those beds, you do have a pretty thick network of tree roots in there. We wouldn't really be doing a lot of disruption other than using the plant pit method to plant the plant material.
Yeah.
So there wouldn't be a lot. It's not like the whole bed would be dug up. So we wouldn't.
No,
we
but
don't wanna hurt
I
the
mean,
tree root.
there's, I mean, you have roots on there. I understand that, but I mean, you also have, I mean, you're gonna open it up. You've got a number of plants that are going in there. You're gonna end up with a flower bed is what you're gonna end up with. And,
Right,
and,
and-
you
but
know,
quite a
they're gonna
bit
wanna
above.
put mulch on it or something like that. I mean, it's not as stable a material as what the grass happens to be right now. I mean, I mean, I happen not to like grass, but I'm wondering, is it an improvement or is it not an improvement? I mean, that's what I have to question.
There is ground cover being planted through that whole area.
What ground
There's a
cover?
native. Yeah,
Which one?
Could you show the
I'm looking at the
plantings plan?
There's a 200 Pennsylvania sedge. The landscape architect has specified 200 Pennsylvania sedge to be planted in that area.
It's fairly shady, right?
Yes, it is.
I'd have to go back and look at sedge. I thought sedge were more sun loving, but do you have a photograph of the tree you want to take down? That's in that's out in the resource area?
There's actually 2 trees that I recommended removing, and I did provide 8x10 color photos to the engineer.
Yep, if you just want to, I just want to verify which tree, the one way out here.
Yes, please.
Sure, give me a second to find it.
That'd be tree number 10, yeah, in his report.
So
How
that's the
tall
tree.
is that tree?
Pardon me?
How tall is that tree, Mr. Polito?
I'd say it's probably 40, 45 feet tall.
And what is the arrow pointing to?
Just the tree. Just
Okay.
the tree. I just put red arrows on the pictures because some of the photographs have multiple trees in them. So when I gave each tree a number, I wanted to make sure that they knew what tree I was talking about. So I just put a little red arrow toward the tree in the photo I was talking about.
Is that the same tree?
That's the tree
same
that's-
tree, yep.
And that's in the 50, that's nearly in the inside the flood zone. Is that almost in the wetland area? Yeah, so that's way down there. What's the why do we want to remove this? I mean, the reason I ask, I understand it's dead or mostly dead, but you know, dead trees are important ecological resources as much as live trees are standing.
Yeah, but I think it's close enough to the living space in the yard that it's posing quite a hazard. We hear every week about trees that kill, and we want to try to be as safe as possible when it comes to large hazardous deadwood or dead trees in an area where people are going to be recreating.
Is that tree completely dead?
It's got one low branch that has some buds on it. The rest of it is toast.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's 40 feet high, it's not going to reach the house if it goes down straight towards the house.
I'm concerned personally about my pets, my children, potentially my grandchildren in the property. That's my concern. It's not an aesthetic discussion. It's from my perspective, that's where I lie, quite candidly.
Everybody tells us this.
I understand.
We hear it all the time. Ordinarily, we do not allow dropping trees in the 50-foot buffer, and the ones that fall, they remain where they fall. Can't cut them up, can't use them for firewood.
I mean, I could see taking off the most susceptible limbs and, you know, just
If
limiting.
the whole tree is dead except for one low branch.
When we're talking about taking off the branches that might actually pose a safety hazard.
There's no life in the trunk above that one low branch. The bark is peeling off and it's hazardous.
What kind of tree is that?
I believe it's a maple. Let me take a quick peek.
I've had a standing dead tree in my yard for 15 years. I'm on top of the hill. We get pasted in a nor'easter. It looks like it could stand for another 15 years.
You just never know. I mean, I can't.
You don't, and it'll
Make-
depend on how well it's rooted and all that. Yeah, I understand all that.
Yeah, I'd be more concerned with pieces breaking out of the canopy and coming down.
Well,
If
I
it were
think
my tree.
that's what we're getting at is maybe we might allow some pruning here to take out ones that are widow makers, but the whole tree.
So if you take the whole tree will eventually be dead, probably within a year or two.
Yep.
If you take out the canopy, which would be probably 90% of the canopy would come out down to that one live branch that's low. You'd have that one live branch and there simply wouldn't be enough foliage to support the trunk. Well, I don't want to get
Well,
too
you're
technical, but
telling us it's dead already, so it doesn't matter. I mean, we're not talking
Yeah.
about, we're not talking about keeping the tree alive. We're talking about trimming it back to a point where it still functions as, you know, a nesting tree or a perching tree or, you know, a squirrel's house or whatever. I mean, that's what we're talking about.
yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, I mean, we deal with this a lot. I mean, there's trees that have acorns that people are afraid their dogs are going to choke on, or a black walnut. So you know, we just have to be wary of where we go in terms of like what we're allowing inside the 50-foot buffer, because the guidelines that we go by are very strict. You know, there's really supposed to be no alteration inside the 50 unless it's you know, unless it's an extreme situation, which, you know, dead trees are part of being outside. To be frank, in my opinion.
I totally understand that, and I agree with it because I'm all for conservation of our wetland areas and everything within our buffers. But when I see something that I think is hazardous to people, which is the primary concern, I have to be very clear about it. And I think it's a hazardous tree if someone's in the backyard and it's not a very big backyard. So they're going to utilize the space, even the with areas where the trees are, even if it's off the lawn area. So I would be very concerned about that tree. And there's one other tree that I know we're not into it yet, but that's close to the house. That's also in danger of failing, even though it has live buds on it. That would create property damage. But also if someone's under that tree, that's dangerous. There are 2 removals in that backyard that I'm recommending out of all the trees that are there. The rest I just recommended pruning, but I understand you may not want them pruned because you know, if you don't have to do it, you don't want to do it. But there's some large deadwood in some of the other trees as well. So my big thing is just the safety of the area and the trees. And that's the point I'm trying to make. And what point, and I'm not arguing from one side or the other, honestly, because it's really not work that I'm doing, but at what point do you say, okay, the conservation of the area is more important than a human being's life? Because that's what it comes down to. Listen to the news. Every week we hear about a tree killing somebody.
Let's not be listening to the same news channel, but I hear what you're saying. Well, I mean, my opinion is if you're removing a tree and you're replacing with shrubs, it's not really 1 for 1, especially in the 50. So I think in the least, if any trees are removed, we want to see equal replacement.
Which is pretty hard to do. This tree looks like it's on the steepest part of the whole lot. And if it goes down, it's as likely to go downhill as it is uphill, I suppose. I don't know. It doesn't look like it could reach the house if it's only 40 feet high. And if it goes down, it's going to go down in a nor'easter. Now, if your dog's running around while it's blowing 50 miles an hour out there, yeah, you might be in danger, or your kids. But I kind of doubt that anybody's going to be out there when the conditions exist where this thing could blow down in a storm.
I
mean, I have trees all around my house, and I keep an eye on them, but I fully recognize, as you do, they do pose a hazard to a remote chance of actually getting crushed by a tree or your house getting hit by a tree.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah,
But if we were to cut down every tree that could hit a house or might fall down and hit somebody, we would clear cut Cohasset.
No, but this is a dead tree though, that we're talking about specifically a dead tree.
Dead trees go down, live trees go down too.
And I'll make one more comment. I think it's even a bigger hazard that pieces will break out of it because it's so dead before it would blow down.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's going to start shedding branches.
Large branches,
But even
right.
live trees shed branches, you know. And this is going nowhere. I mean, basically, we have our regulations. I think each commissioner's got to decide whether we're going to make a rare and unusual determination here for a variance to do this. So,
can I ask a question? And again, unless I had the circumstances wrong, one of the requirements or requests from the meeting on the 2nd was to have an arborist do a full tree assessment of everything within the buffer zone. I guess my question is, and again, to me, it is a safety issue, and I understand that is being mitigated by necessary environmental considerations for critters that may require that tree. And I understand that, and I'm an extreme environmentalist. To me, it's a safety issue, but it to me, that's fine. Like I'm okay if you don't want us to take that tree down, but what was the purpose of requesting an arborist assessment, I guess, is my question. I'm asking just for information.
I think it was the trees collectively as a whole.
Okay. Understood.
Right, and with that, we also wanted the landscaping plan. I think that was kind of a standard, that's a standard. we look for.
Nick or Paul, would you be able to just remind us how many trees you're planting? I believe I saw 2 red buds and the rest of it was all shrubs and perennials. Can you clarify where any proposed tree plantings are in the 50-foot or 100-foot buffer?
I can't, to be honest.
That's okay. Yeah, I
They
can.
might have a better
I
sense.
can scan it for you. Looks like 2 eastern red buds. And sorry, I'm terrible at pronouncing scientific names, and I shouldn't be. But yeah, so it looks like you're proposing 2 red bud trees within the 50-foot buffer.
Thanks.
I don't know if
Those are shad trees.
Yeah, and would you, Mr. Ippolito, clarify if those trees would do well in that area? Given the right.
They would do very well in that area. Yes, they're native plants. They're indigenous to wetland areas.
Yep.
And they take also a fair amount of shade. So the architect picked a very good plant for that spot.
Okay, and that's including wind and any salt exposure, because we're dealing with Little Harbor on the resource area here.
Yeah, yep, they're pretty tough trees.
Okay. So I don't know if the commission wanted to entertain any additional tree plantings for mitigation, or if they're satisfied with the proposed plantings here.
I think that the less is better here. Pretty much leave that 50-foot buffer alone as best you can. I'm all for seeing that lawn going away, but let it go back to the wild. That's the point of the 50-foot buffer, is to be a wild area, not a manicured area or curated area.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't see anything rare and unusual on here other than, like some others have suggested, trimming some of the branches off of that dead tree, leaving a smaller portion of it.
How close is the tree that's closest to the house? It's in the 100. Is that likely to fall and hit the house? And if it did, I mean, I would be for having that removed if it was going to, is a possibility of it damaging the house. Not the one that's in the 50.
The second tree that we're recommending removal
it?
is overhanging the house, and there's it's references tree number 1, and I provided 4 photographs of that particular tree.
Mhm.
It sinks into the ground like a telephone pole, which indicates that it's been filled around, so that the roots are most certainly suffering. It also has some noticeable decay, obvious decay in the main column, the main trunk of the tree. And large branches are overhanging the house. And I don't know exactly how far from the house that tree is, but I think it's within 15 to 20 feet of the house.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is a different situation altogether. It's in the
Right.
100.
Right.
It's
Or maybe-
dying. It could hit the house.
Especially the branches that are overhanging.
I agree.
So where on the plan is that? Could you highlight where the trunk of that tree is on the plan we're looking at?
That's this orange X right here.
I see, okay.
Yep, thank you.
And what kind of tree is this?
This is also an Acer maple.
Do you know what kind of maple it is?
I did not note that. I just noted that it was an Acer. I think it's probably a red maple.
Hate to see those go, huh?
Did you say the trunk and the roots are dead? Is that what you said on
Yeah,
that tree?
they're not dead, but the roots have been compromised, certainly because it's been filled around at some point in its life. When you don't see a flare at the base of a tree and it sinks into the ground like a telephone pole, you know that it's been buried. And
Okay.
that is not good for the absorption roots below grade.
Mhm.
Is that one right on the property line? It's not, is it? Oh, it is.
No, it's near
It's
the
not-
easement. That's not the property
No,
line.
no, it's not. Yeah. Still some confusion about where the property line is on this diagram. Yeah, okay.
If you could also, I did take a photograph. It's the photograph. I'm speaking to the engineer that has the birdhouse on it.
Hmm.
It's a little bit dark in that area, but you can see a significant amount of decay and a giant old wound on that tree.
Mhm.
And there's also a photograph of how the tree goes into the ground. You can see that's been buried. I provided 4 photographs of that one particular tree.
So if you took the top part of the tree and you left the bottom half, would it stay? Or would it stand
If you-
still or would?
Let's put it this way, it could stand for a long time. It could come over anytime. My guess is that it would stand for quite a while.
Hmm.
If you left the trunk up, let's say 15 feet,
Yeah.
20 feet, I think it would stay for a while. I'd be more concerned about the weight of the canopy because the bugs in this tree are alive. There's some stress, but they're alive, and especially once it leaves out, the weight of the canopy could uproot it, or you could get pieces breaking off toward the house. But if you took it down to a certain level and just left the trunk, it'd be a lot less dangerous and would probably stand a lot longer.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. I was wondering if that would be possible, that if the bottom half would actually stand for a while. Which would kind of be a
I would
compromise.
say, yeah.
Yeah, but not very nice. Mr. Polito, are you the landscape contractor as well?
I am. I disclosed that as soon as I got on with you folks. I am
Yeah,
a
I did.
landscape contractor, but
Okay.
I'm not contracted to, I'm a certified arborist, but I'm not contracted to remove the trees.
Understood. I just wanted to know if you were the contractor for the shrub areas.
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Because I'll tell you my feeling about this. I think that there's a very limited area that you really want to be driving back here, you know, and minimizing how much disturbance there is. So, and I'm just going to tell you my opinion here. You're showing a bed that, sorry, now I'm 5 feet into it, but you're showing a bed that comes like there, and you're showing the 50-foot buffer, which is somewhat like that. Now, if you cut off this corner right here and you put your silt sock right there, basically what I'm suggesting is you minimize how much of the property you actually rough up with your heavy machinery. You limit it. And you limit it by whatever your erosion barrier is. And then as far as planting, I mean, I think adding plants to the buffer zone is a good thing to do. But I don't think it's a good thing to do to take out all the grass. I mean, I would much rather see, you know, a small cut into the grass and stick the shrubs in. And yes, a larger, you know, I'm guessing that the Amelanchier are going to go in. They're going to be like a 5-gallon. They can be carried in by hand. The hole's going to be dug. And if there's anything that's there like grass or whatever, it's going to grow back and keep that area a little more protected. And then these, you know, rather than actually taking out the grass and creating beds that are going to be, they're just not going to function as well. The grass can just be left, and then you just mow the, you know, Mr. Warendorf, you just mow the small path that you're going to walk on, and it kind of takes care of both things. But you limit where the equipment goes. It goes basically in the planting bed that's closest to the house, and that you can have a bed. But everywhere else, you just cut your plants in with the smallest hole possible, and you let kind of Mother Nature take back and you know, kind of reestablish. I don't think that, you know, 200 sedge don't go very far. You're gonna end up with like big bare areas that are going to be way more susceptible to erosion. So that's my 2 cents.
So just so I'm kind of understanding things, and I appreciate that perspective, but what you're suggesting is it is healthier to lead to, and again, Charlotte was at the site also, the area of lawn that we're suggesting be replaced by the sedge is not healthy rooted lawn. There's moss. Correct. There's moss. It's not doing anything from an erosion perspective. So you're suggesting keeping that existing erosion conducive surface instead of putting in those 200 sedge as a better environmental option for the resource. Is that I'm just want to understand because you mentioned earlier about keeping the lawn, but this is not a healthy, mature lawn, which is part of the reason why we want to get rid of it, or not it, but the part of it that can be replaced with something more natural. And this is not a manicured. I know landscape plans look manicured on paper, but this is a natural. These are native species, obviously, and a natural intent that we're trying to achieve here. So I just want to understand, because it just seems to, I don't understand that perspective, but I appreciate.
Well, my perspective is that you're going to open up a very large area. You know, you're basically, you know, the idea is whatever quality the grass is, it's going to be removed, and you're going to end up with bare earth. But the number of plants that are being shown are going to cover a very small area of bare earth. And I have this perspective on many projects. People have great intention of recolonizing an area, and it takes thousands of plants or quite a bit time to get things to actually recolonize. And that's my concern, that if you strip whatever quality this grass is, if you strip it off, what you're left with is bare earth, which is most susceptible to erosion, and it's going to be quite some time before the sedge and whatever shrubs you put in here actually create a surface that's and you know, to some question, you know, will it actually create a surface that is better than what's there now? That's my concern.
Yeah, understood. So would it be a compromise both functionally and to address your concerns if the sedge were placed without stripping of the existing moss/lawn?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, if you basically cut into the existing surface, whatever it is, but you cut in at kind of the smallest possible amount of removal. So instead of ending up with a big bed of earth that most people will then come back and put a bunch of mulch on top of, what you're doing instead is you're basically just creating a fissure that you can put a plant into. And obviously every plant's going to require more or less depending on the size pot that it was grown in. But again, the idea being that you're not denuding the site.
Understood.
I mean, and again, I'm one person on a commission, but it just seems like it would be a truly more ecological kind of system than to denude it and then hope that everything's going to do well.
I agree. You'll also be exposing, you know, ledge. If there's ledge there, you're going to strip all the whatever rooted, matted moss, grass, and rip that all off. Find out that there's just ledge under there. You're not going to be able to get a plant anyways. So I think that approach is the best way. You're going to do that.
So am I hearing, just to summarize it, your recommendations, at least at this point, are to not remove existing lawn, but to go ahead with whatever quantity or plants can be functionally planted in that space?
Yeah, yes, that would be something that I would be comfortable with.
Same.
Mr. Warendorf, I don't know if you are aware of this, but Chris McFarland is a landscape architect, so he has years and years of experience, you know, doing this. And just to let you know that he's he's an expert in this field and
Appreciate that.
he's
Thank-
giving you
thank
good
you,
advice.
Kathy.
I'd take your advice in a second. So
Thank
he's
you,
not
Kathy.
just you're welcome, it's true.
Yeah, it sounds
He's
like
not just
practical
following the rules,
advice.
but he's lived this, he knows this.
Right.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
he's giving you good advice. Just
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Just so you know, you're welcome.
I'll defer to the landscape experts, obviously, on this, but another option I was thinking of would be, I'm not sure about the installation, but oftentimes in the buffer zones for restoration, the Conservation Commission has considered using native seed mixes. There are several combinations for wetlands, coastal areas. I think the company is Ernst Native Seed Mixes. So, we've seen stuff like that for restoration mitigation where it's more of a wild type of vegetative cover rather than lawn. And I understand the commission's obviously concerns with keeping the naturally, the natural stuff that's already there, but that is something that I don't know if we want to consider to use those native seed mixes. But I don't know if that would mean stripping the earth, which it doesn't sound like we want to do.
Well, you certainly, wherever you dig a plant, you're going to have a hole. And
Yeah,
you're going to dig up the grass.
Yep.
And you certainly could come back with a seed mix or the sedge plants, either one. And the idea is to keep the carpet as continuous as you can.
Mhm.
And let overseed with the other seeds, let them come in.
Mhm.
And you're just trying to keep the system moving is what you're trying to do, not back up and then hope it comes forward.
Yeah.
Can we put those photographs of the slope back up, please? Yeah. And the other one. Yeah, that's a good one. So when I look at this and I imagine bringing a skid loader in here through the 50, it looks a little dicey to me. That's fairly steep, and it's not like this is going to come along parallel to the contours and be able to do any work. It looks like the amount of disturbance to the soil, which is really going to be an issue. We're talking about whether this is going to erode. That machine's going to tear this slope up pretty substantially.
Which is why I was trying to limit where it would go to.
Yeah, well, if
The Bobcat would never have to be on that slope.
I mean, I'm thinking it runs there.
No, really, the Bobcat use is minimal in the backyard. It would be used, we'll just be dismantling the existing wall to build a new one and loading it into the bucket of the Bobcat to remove it. A lot of the work in the backyard can be done by hand. There really would be minimal Bobcat work back there.
So I think we'd probably want to see a construction fence, a substantial one, that not a little snow fence, but a substantial fence to prevent the Bobcat operator from straying any further into the 50-foot buffer than is absolutely necessary. I'm not talking about a stake line. I mean, something that we have stakes out there on our projects all the time, and we see our equipment operators ignoring them, essentially. It's happened over and over and over again on these projects. And
Right.
so we've already had this conversation privately among ourselves about how some of our, and I'm not accusing you, Mr. Polito, of doing this, but I know some of our contractors in town have been very careless with their heavy equipment, banging into trees, knocking trees over, doing far more excavation than we contemplated when we issued a permit. So if we do decide to approve this, that one of the conditions will be, I would hope, a substantial construction fence to keep that Bobcat in a cage, if you will.
Mm-hmm. If you want us to not use the Bobcat and use a dingo like you're recommending, or that you said you would like to see earlier, that's something we can do.
We'd still require a cage here.
Yeah, oh, that's fine, yeah,
Yeah.
yep, I understand. And you're talking about metal poles sunk in the ground that
Yeah.
aren't gonna get knocked over so readily.
Yeah.
Could you jump back to the plan one more time? Is this a new contour? This one here? Is that a proposed new contour?
Yeah, and that's just associated with the construction of the wall. I mean, the patio,
And does that say 22?
correct.
And where's the 22 now?
Can we zoom in on that?
'22 is just right behind it here. It goes like this. Ties into the wall.
I'm sorry, I'm not following it. Oh,
That's your existing 22.
so the slope's gonna be steeper.
Further away. And give you a little bit more of a flatter area in front of the wall.
Yeah, but this contour here is what, 20? That's a 20 contour.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden you've reduced this distance by a third. So it's gonna be steeper.
I don't see any plantings indicated there. How do you propose to stabilize this after you've excavated that or filled it, whichever it's going to be?
Fill.
This isn't the plantings plan.
If you bring up the planting plan, you'll see the, there you go.
Hmm. You go back to the last one. And then back. So I'd have to overlay these, but it looks like there's a bit more patio out there than I sort of was led to believe, or that I thought I heard being under the roof. That's it. Is that patio extend to that new 22-foot contour?
Not quite.
Not quite. So it looks like there's actually, you don't have that 22-foot contour on that previous drawing, do you?
No, it's there.
Oh, it's there. Oh, I see.
Big
Okay.
heavy line.
Oh, all right. Yeah, all right. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm not seeing a reason as I look at this that contour couldn't be adjusted to address your slope concern.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I think you'd want to keep it, I mean, a little bit the way it is, just so that you don't have to put a bunch of fill out there, which
Right.
is tough.
Less is more, less impact to
Yeah.
this thing long.
Okay, any comments? Any more comments? Comments from the public?
I don't see any comments or anyone raising their hand in the audience.
Okay.
So it seems like we've had a lot of discussion on a lot of things that haven't been resolved. Starting with the tree and the 50, which branches are going to come off, how much is going to come off. And we certainly don't want to leave that open-ended. We'd like to see the specific branches identified that would be removed. At least to my mind, that dying tree looks like it's only about 15 feet from the house, and it's in the 100. I don't have any objections to removing that. That one does look like it's probably a significant hazard.
Yes. I think everyone agrees on that.
And you know, my concerns are is how much damage, or I shouldn't call it damage, how much disturbance will be done in the process of working on this steep slope. And then how do you recover from that? How quickly can you recover from that without risking losing some of that soil downhill into Little Harbor, which is, so obviously we're going to need some serious silt socks here on this slope to prevent anything like that from happening. But see, if we get this happen and we got a storm like we did a month ago, the silt socks weren't doing anything for anybody.
So I drew a line on the photograph earlier that was kind of like that. With the idea that would be.
Limit of work.
And I may be, and I apologize, Mr. Polito, I may be a little tight right here at the corner of the house, and we don't want to, but maybe that pulls out a little bit and follows the edge of that bed. But that would be the idea, which the that you run
As long as
that.
she doesn't run over my dog, that's okay.
Oop, I don't know. I just gave him a haircut.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know if it's there, or if it's 4 feet over. I think that's something that would have to be worked out with Charlotte and Charlotte, obviously it's one of us could come with you and kind of look at this, but the idea is to limit the amount of disturbance and keep it basically in the bed that's going to be built against the house. And then beyond that, it's no machinery, no, everything done by hand and minimal disturbance. That's what it comes down to on this. But again, I'm only one voice. I know Chris said he kind of agreed with me, but I don't know how everyone else feels.
I also agree.
Yeah, I think that limiting the area of work is really critical. And if you guys can limit it to the areas that Chris has identified, then that it obviously could be a condition. And supervision of any tree trimming. We, again, not accusing anybody of anything here, but our experience is when we give somebody the green light to do some trimming, some of them get a little carried away, let's just say.
Yeah, that was gonna be one of the things I was gonna mention is in the buffer zone section of our
Yeah.
bylaws, there's 90% of the, for vista pruning, that is 90% of the canopy needs to remain, so just some. And I think that could be something that's verified through Charlotte, but just that the pruning is reasonable and Charlotte can.
Yeah, I would, we could do a condition to, have a visit with the agent and the, I would hope an arborist, to monitor the tree trimming, from the proposed, tree trimming removal plan that, Mr. Ippolito has submitted as part of, supplementary document to this project. So yeah, some sort of visit with the agent and the arborist to monitor the tree trimming. Yeah.
As I look at the aerial imagery, I don't think that tree that's halfway down, more than halfway down the slope to Little Harbor should be touched, actually. The difference in elevation there is between the house and the base of that tree. It looks like it could be fairly significant. It's really steep there. And I just not buying it that this is an imminent danger to anything or anybody other than the ground itself. So
I think if there's a a branch which is more than likely to fall in the next couple storms, then I think we should consider that.
Yeah, I agree.
Can I ask a question?
It's more than 20 feet. The base of that trunk is more than 20 feet lower than the foundation of the house.
Yeah.
And if it's a 40-foot tree, there's no way it could ever possibly hit the house. Moreover, it's unlikely that the tree would come down any further than is that gray stuff? That must be ledge there. That kind of tongue of ledge. It looks very unlikely that it could get beyond that. We're looking at this and we're thinking, well, it's all, you're looking at the contour lines, but it all looks flat. But when you look at the pictures or when you look at real imagery, you realize that the trunk and the base of that tree is pretty far down the hill. It's closer to Little Harbor than it is the house.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that thing ought to just be left alone, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And the one that's 10 feet or 15 feet from the house, yeah, take it down. I was reviewing a near map to see how its canopy has evolved over the last 20 years, and it's been losing canopy for that entire period. So it's definitely on the way out.
Yeah.
And it's in the 100, less of an issue.
Okay. All right, any other comments?
Only other comment I would have to
Okay.
make is the tree that's referenced as tree number 12 is also overhanging the house, and it's overhanging the top deck presently. And again, it's tree number 12. If the engineer could pull up that photograph, if that canopy could at least be lightened, you can see that there's a crotch between the two main leaders.
Can't see anything yet. It's got to zoom in.
Give me a second.
Sure.
That's tree number 12.
Yeah.
Twelve is
Yeah,
here, right? That was 12?
Yeah, I'm trying to bring up
yeah,
the
but
picture.
we have a photograph of it
Okay.
that'll show it really clearly.
Okay.
Yeah, it's leaning towards the house.
Yeah, but there's also the picture of the canopy where you can see it overhanging. I think it's,
Yeah.
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 So what's your recommendation on that one?
I'd very least like to see a cable put in it to support the 2 leaders so that it doesn't split off and end up on the house, and a little bit of structural pruning, at least on the leader that's over the house, so that it lessens the chance of storm damage.
Yeah.
So
That's
so-
in the 100-foot buffer as well, right? So,
That's correct.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but that's gonna be the owner's decision whether they want to do that, correct? Is it even
Yeah,
on
but I
your-
figured I brought it up in case it becomes a question of having to work on any trees within the 100-foot buffer. I want
Yeah.
to bring that one up because that one, the one you said that you'd agree to remove right behind the house, and whatever decision you make on the one lower down the slope that's almost totally dead, it's up to you. Those were my 3 main concerns from a safety standpoint.
Can you go back to the plan? Because it doesn't, I don't think this tree shows. Where is this tree?
It's,
Is it the one on the neighbor's property?
yeah, it's like right on the property line.
Oh, I
So-
see.
Yeah, I think it does share the property line. It goes right down the middle,
Well,
in which case.
that's
which
not
case
what
you did-
that's not what the survey shows. The survey shows it 3 feet off the property line.
So there'd have to be discussions with the.
Yeah, you'll have to talk to your neighbor about that one.
Yeah. Even if the tree is shared by both, if the property line goes right through it, both neighbors need to agree on what gets done.
Okay, well, let's leave that out of the decision tonight. You can always come to Charlotte with that.
Okay,
All right. So I'm gonna make a motion to close the public hearing and issue an order of conditions for NOI 23-09 that include the following conditions. That that every effort will be made to minimize the amount of disturbance on the site. Working with the agent, a line will be laid out to put in a hard fence that where equipment can only work out on the 100-foot side of the fence, or to minimize how much disturbance there is in the 50-foot buffer. That tree pruning will also be reviewed on site with Charlotte or other commissioners. The tree in the 50-foot buffer is to remain. The tree closer to the house is may be removed.
Tree 2. That's tree 2, is that correct?
I don't remember the numbers.
Mr. Apolito, the one that's near the house.
Tree
that's tree number 1. Tree 1.
Which tree?
Tree number
one.
1.
Tree number 1.
So, yeah, why don't you put that in the conditions,
Okay,
Chris, so we,
that's fine. So
Make
tree
sure we
number
get the right
1
tree.
is permitted to be removed. And then on the other side of the fence, when you're inside the 50-foot buffer, all planting will be done by hand, and basically by minimizing the size of disturbance of ground in order to get each plant into the ground, and maintaining as much kind of natural vegetation that's already there, and allowing the other whatever vegetation can actually fit amongst it per the plan. Do I have a second?
second.
Having a motion and a second to issue an order of conditions for NOI 23-13 at 23-09 at 78 Nichols Road. We'll take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, no.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-1-0. Thank you.
Very much for your time.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Sorry, I think it's 410, right? We don't have Eric tonight.
2, 3.
I'm sorry, 4-1-0, yes.
Sorry. Yep.
I thought
Oh, and
that's
then I think we also need a
Oh, and
variance.
I have to, yeah, we have quick vote for a variance for minimal work within the 50-foot buffer. We'll take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, no.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-1-0. Thank you.
Thanks again for your time.
Thanks, folks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our final hearing this evening is NOI 23-13 and stormwater permit 23-07. I'll read it into the public record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, March 23rd, 2023 at 6:30 PM via remote participation on a Zoom platform for notice of intent 23-13 and stormwater permit 23-07. To raise and rebuild a single-family dwelling at 83 Spring Street by David Wan.
Good evening, everyone. For the record, James Garfield with Morse Engineering. Here to represent the applicant for notice of intent and an administrative stormwater permit for a raise and rebuild of an existing single-family dwelling at 83 Spring Street. Let me share my screen to pull the plan up.
Good evening, everybody.
Hello.
Good evening.
Okay, can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the commission is likely aware that this property's been in front of them in the past. A superseding order of conditions were issued by DEP for this project for new construction, but a stormwater permit was never issued. The application here tonight is for that stormwater permit and as well as a new notice of intent because the size and location of the proposed dwelling has changed since the last time we were in front of you. The application is proposing that the new dwelling goes in the same location as the existing dwelling, with the exception that the new dwelling is being pulled 2 inches further from the property line than the existing dwelling to bring it into zoning compliance. The proposed home is approximately 24.25 feet by 27.25 feet. Again, it's located primarily in the location of the existing dwelling and deck, with the exception we're proposing stairs on the southern side of the new dwelling. There's no proposed grade change. We are not making any change with respect to utilities. The existing house is serviced by water, sewer, and electric, which will be disconnected at the foundation location and then connected back into the new dwelling. The new home will have a 6-foot foundation with minimal excavation required. We're proposing that 2 trees be removed, and we're going to mitigate that with 4 new white oak trees. As far as the stormwater permit aspect of this is concerned, the project classifies as an administrative review. We are again proposing no grade change and only a slight increase in the impervious land coverage, being 175 square feet, which will be offset by a proposed crushed stone trench, which will be located around the perimeter of the proposed dwelling. And that's designed to capture all of the new roof runoff. Should be noted that this type of stormwater system was also designed for a recent project at the direct abutters address for 171 South Main Street. Regarding the notice of intent, the layout for the location of this proposed building minimizes disturbance on this site. We are aware that we're working within the 50-foot DVW buffer, but we are working within an existing developed area. The existing and proposed homes are both the same distance from the nearest BVW, being 33.8 feet. While this design does require a waiver, being within the 50-foot no disturb buffer, this is a betterment from what exists on the site today. The relocation of this building outside of the 50-foot buffer would only result in loss of mature vegetation and further land alteration. Rebuilding the home over the existing footprint was also a suggestion made by a member of the Conservation Commission at the last time they visited the site. They made that suggestion to the homeowner. DEP has given us a file number earlier today, which does require us to close out the existing order of conditions. The last aspect of that order of conditions that we need to complete is the installation of mitigation plantings, which we plan to do early this summer. So with that, I will pass it to the commission with any questions.
And James, just a quick note, there's one other pending component for the superseding order. I believe it's to install the conservation markers along the driveway. So it's just those, yep.
And we will take care of that as well.
Yep.
Charlotte, is the superseding order still valid if the plan has changed?
So the comment from DEP was they acknowledged the active superseding order on the property. And they said, while it wouldn't hold up a file number for this new NOI, they do want the superseding order to be closed prior to starting work on this new notice of intent. So I would also, recommend that we make that a condition if an order is issued to make sure that, the original permit is closed out with DEP first before starting work on the other permit.
So what, from a practical standpoint, does that mean that then we need to look at our own, we're back in our own court here with our own rules and regulations about the wetlands, the resource and the buffers?
So under the superseding order, that is obviously in DEP's court, but with this new notice of intent and stormwater permit filing, it's a new filing. So, obviously it's within our jurisdiction and it's required to, be reviewed by the Conservation Commission in a public hearing. So yes.
Tom, could you clarify what you were asking? I didn't.
Yeah, well, the DEP superseded our jurisdiction because we failed to
Yes, I understand that.
post this after 21 days. So the last time this was before us, of course, we were working under those conditions. But now that the plan has changed, we're sort of starting all over again, aren't we?
With this new plan, yes.
Yes.
And it would be up to the applicant to close out the superseding order with DEP.
So that means that they're now subject to, again, to Cohasset bylaws and regulations with regard to wetlands.
Yes.
And if I may, the superseding orders were regarding work on the existing gravel driveway.
Yeah.
That work has been completed as far as the gravel driveway is concerned. We're not proposing anything within the gravel driveway other than, erosion control. So our only proposal as part of this project, again, is the new single family dwelling, associated stormwater system, removal of 2 trees with, 4 new trees to replace them.
Right. And you're proposing work within the 50-foot buffer.
Correct.
Okay. So we would need to grant a variance for that, and
yeah,
you're subject to the rules and regulations that Cohasset with regard
Yes.
to work in the 50 and 100.
Yes.
Okay.
And the intent here is that the road ends as it currently ends and no additional parking surface would be created?
That's correct. It's currently an existing dirt area where you could park a car and where people do park cars when they go out to this site currently. We're proposing no alteration to that. So it's going to remain.
So basically just driving in the 50-foot buffer.
To get access to this new dwelling, correct?
Okay.
So are you proposing that this is a limited project?
We are not at this time.
Well, first of all, Charlotte, is the wetland delineation current?
No. So in the blue writing here, James, I'm not sure if you're able to just zoom in a tad, but they did reference the original DEP, superseding DEP file number, but the delineation is from 2016. So, over 3 years old. I think it makes sense to reflag the wetland unless we wanted to grant a waiver for that, but normally we always want a current delineation.
Okay. And how about the location of trees greater than 12 inches?
So yeah, James, I think you're using the survey from the original site plan, but they did survey all the trees along the driveway and in the 50-foot buffer. But obviously I don't see the trees in the 50 to 100-foot buffer, other than just showing the limit of the cleared area prior to disturbance.
Okay, and we can certainly add that to the plan.
Mhm.
I mean, I would certainly like to, I would certainly like to see the trees. They're laid out here, and I'd like to see if there's an option for getting the building out of the 50-foot buffer. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, and I will also note, just to your comment regarding the wetlands, Brad Holmes actually went out to the site yesterday after we met on site, Charlotte, so.
Of course, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we'll add that updated line.
Okay.
Okay.
Did he reflag it?
He did.
Great.
Have you dug any test pits out here?
Not for this current filing. I would have to look back in our files to see if we did previously. I'm going to say no, though, at this time, because there is no septic on this site. It is sewer, so I don't
Yeah.
see why we would have at this time.
Well, what does the gravel trench do?
The gravel trench?
Yeah,
Well, I mean, we're just digging into the natural soil in that area, capturing the roof runoff. We have a crushed stone trench detail on the plan listing the materials, and hopefully that satisfies your question.
how deep is your foundation here?
So the foundation is 6 feet deep, but we're only excavating maybe 6 inches to a foot into the existing grade for the slab. We're basically bringing the first floor up from
Right.
what's currently there.
Yeah, but you said you're digging down 6 feet for the foundation.
We're not digging down 6 feet. The basement, or effectively crawl space, I guess, at this site is 6 feet. But depth that we are excavating is about 6 inches to a foot.
So you're not even going to be below frost.
I don't believe so, not with our slab.
So you're using existing foundations? You're putting a new slab on it?
There are no
We are
foundations.
not.
There are no foundations. There's just blocks.
Yes, it'll be a new slab.
So the structure of the house is just sitting on a slab.
Yes.
Could you
I don't
zoom
know if
in?
the building inspector would like that.
Can you zoom into the existing structure, please? So somewhere in all these leaders, there must be something that says what the top of slab elevation is, but I don't see it. Can you help me?
I'm sorry. Over down this corner, we
Oh, there we go. Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, so you have a 6-foot crawl space. Top of slab 11.5, top of first floor, I take it, is 17.5.
That's top of foundation.
Oh,
and
top
then
of foundation, yeah, sorry.
Yep, and then FFB is first floor elevation.
Yeah.
And this will be built in compliance with the building code. I can assure you that, so.
And what's the square footage of the existing footprint? I'm sure that's right in front of me too, but
Don't have that number right in front of me. We do have a number.
It's a 2425 by 2725.
oh, yeah, okay. Sure.
It's right there in the
Yeah,
picture.
yeah. I just thought somebody had already done the arithmetic for me, but I can do it myself. 660 feet.
660 feet.
How many stories? Well, it can only be 2.5 stories max, right?
Yes. I don't need a big space.
Yeah.
It should also be noted as well, there are 2 outbuildings that are currently on this site. We are proposing to remove both of those as well.
Mhm.
And then, James, I believe you clarified this for me in my responses, but, you know, by removing the outbuilding and the outhouse, you're not proposing any additional vegetation disturbance from what's already there, correct?
We're not proposing any vegetation disturbance other than the addition of these 4 trees.
Okay, thank you.
Will these white oaks be suitable so close to the wetland?
We believe so, and we can discuss that further with our wetland scientist, if you would prefer.
Swamp white oak.
Never heard of one. I'll take your word for it, Chris.
Quercus bicolor, I believe it's called.
I might, if I may say something, last time when we met, there were 4 conservation commissioners there. Out of 4, 3 of them suggested that I should use this existing foundation to build instead of tearing apart all those trees and rocks and, you know, upon the higher ground. And I promised to those conservation members that I would bring a plan in line with what they have suggested. And 2 of those conservation members are still here. And so here I am. And I hope that this would satisfy the Conservation Commission. Because there were so many concerns about blasting the area on the higher ground and tearing all those trees down. I would have to tear and cut down about 30 some trees if I would build in the existing in the old NOI. And you know, all those trees will be still standing, and no disturbances anywhere. Actually, no disturbances almost anywhere. Since we are using the existing foundation as is.
Yeah, Mr. One, I remember that, and I agree that this is a significant elimination of all that ledge destruction and tree cutting, and so.
And also, I appreciate for a very good suggestion.
Yeah.
I also was there and remember the situation.
Thank you.
Well,
I was not there, but I agree with the assessment that this is the least disturbance you can do to rebuild a house. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. I mean, I have no objection if Mr. McFarland wants us to look at a possibility to move the property out of 50 buffer zone. I have no objection, but once again, that will cause more disturbances. But if we just build it where it is, it will be the least disturbances that we can do on this property.
I agree that it's the least disturbance, but I'm not sure I agree that it's the least detrimental to the wetland over a long period of time. So I have to consider it more carefully. I mean, we you know, I mean, typically we allow building in the 50 foot only under rare and unusual circumstance. I'm not sure removal of ledge and getting a parking, you know, where parked cars are out of the 50 foot buffer I don't know. It seems to me that there's a, there's concern from both sides of this, so.
If I can build the house in the existing foundation, there are 2 parking spaces that I can use away from the 50 feet buffer zone. Because when I go there, I usually park the car right there, so I know where that is. But it is beyond that orange 50 feet buffer zone. There are spaces. There are 2 cars can go in there.
Yeah. No. Any other comments by commissioners?
James, just to state for the public record, we did receive a letter from an abutter, expressing some concerns about the down gradient impacts of the project. Would you be able to, address some of those comments from the letter that I sent you?
Sure. The comments primarily concerned, concerns about runoff onto the adjacent property, which, we've kind of taken care of with this stormwater permit. The report that we filed with your office has a HydroCAD stormwater analysis attached to it, along with the narrative breaking down that analysis. So, we're only increasing the site by 175 square feet, given the fact that we're removing the 2 outbuildings. We're proposing this crushed stone trench around the perimeter of the building to infiltrate all of the roof runoff. And we've proven that rates and volumes of runoff will be mitigated with this proposal. So I believe that should satisfy the abutters' concerns.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, there's a hand raised in the audience. Do we want to promote them or have them use the Q&A feature?
You can promote them.
Okay. I don't know where they just went.
He's there.
Hi, Michael, you're muted.
Good evening, members of the commission. Just a few quick questions and kind of process questions that are there. I was a little confused on the existing superseding NOI. Is that supposed to be closed out before you even hold this hearing, or can it be done after? It appears that it can be done after. I just wanted some more clarification on that.
That's correct. It can be done afterwards.
Okay. Secondly, under that other NOI, there was some additional, the widening of the driveway that occurred when they put the utilities in, when they added the additional gravel and then pushed that out to the sides. So I don't know how that's going to be addressed. Thirdly is that the site right now, the building is a non-conforming use because it is within 20 feet of the zoning sideline buffers. So does that also have to go to the ZBA to get reviewed as well for building in the same structure? And then fourthly, Actually, I got two more items real quickly, is that the existing dwelling unit is 311 square feet. And the existing deck is 307 square feet for a total of 618 square feet. It seems like they want to do more with another 175 square feet. So I'm just trying to get clarification. The dwelling that's there again is 311, and it looks like they're going to want to more than double that size because they're including the deck that does drain through, and then that additional 175 feet. And then my last item is that in the previous NOI, they had additional plantings that were done along the property line. I don't see those there at all. And I didn't know if that could be something that's looked into it as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
James or David, I'm not sure if you're able to help clarify some of those questions, but at least for the first one, just to reiterate, the superseding order conditions will need to be closed out before any construction on this new NOI starts. And then I think to your last question about the plantings, that is part of the mitigation plantings that were required for the plan. So those will need to be completed to close out the superseding order conditions, behind the existing home now, and then where the outbuildings are, there were mitigation plantings as well as conservation markers to be installed along the driveway.
Okay, so all those plantings have to be done in the original NOI as well.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And then
Yeah.
they're going to be reflagging the wetlands, so I'm assuming it's going to be continued after tonight? Or they're going to be re-updating the
correct.
wetland lines?
That's
Thank
correct.
you.
And just to address your the area calculation, the proposal is not to rebuild where the dwelling is. The proposal is based on an area of previous development / disturbance / current construction. So it is the whole area of which includes the deck as well as the dwelling. Yes, and then I think they've actually moved the building back from the property line to make sure it was in conformance with the setbacks. And then obviously we would have to check overall size, but
Yeah, James, you mentioned that there wasn't, you did increase the setback, and it was inches, right? You were talking about?
That's correct. The existing dwelling is, I believe, 19.8 feet off the property line, which is non-compliant. We are bringing the site into zoning compliance by pushing the building to the setback line of 20 feet.
so I'd like,
Thank you.
like I said, I'd like to see the trees, certainly in the vicinity of anywhere that the house might shift or not. Obviously the wetlands have to be delineated along with the or verified along with the buffers. I mean, I mean, I have a problem with, half of the house and kind of an area that we can't control as far as driving is concerned, because it's not delineated here. But it's, it's all in the 50-foot buffer. It's of concern to me. So that's my position. I know everyone else has.
I'd agree that the driveway and the parking area need to be put on this plan so we can understand better what the potential impacts are.
The driveway, just to give my 2 cents, the driveway area and parking area are shown on this plan. The limit of the gravel driveway
Yeah, we can see that.
is right here.
Yeah,
And then this is the tree line currently where my cursor is following.
right.
So anywhere in there that they have the ability to, I know the owner currently parks just outside the 50 in this area.
Right, but there's nothing from a conservation perspective that limits that. I mean, and when the outbuildings come out, I mean, you're showing a tree line there, but you certainly can drive right up in front of that shed as well, which is also in the 50. So it's quite a large area that you could, you could park 10 cars back here. And that all being within, maybe one of them would be outside the 50 and the rest would all be in the 50. So I think there has to be some kind of limit to that. Well, in my perspective, it has to be a limit that's outside of the 50-foot buffer at minimum. But again, I'm just one person.
Okay, and we can certainly look into that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
at least with the mitigation plantings near the outbuilding and the outhouse, I forget what those plantings were, but that would definitely limit any free space to wedge some cars in there unless I'm mistaken. But there were a handful of mitigation plantings within that area where the outbuilding and the outhouse were, in addition to the ones behind the existing dwelling.
That's correct.
But it would still, yeah, I agree. It would still be good to kind of just see that, just to kind of see what disturbance would occur in the 50-foot buffer.
Mhm.
As I said, I know where the 50-foot buffer zone is, and I go there, and every time I go there, I try to park the car away from the 50-foot buffer zone, and there are at least 2 parking spaces. And I don't plan to bring, there won't be many people living there. It will be just basically me. Basically, that will be just me. So there is no chance that 10 cars going to park there.
I understand, Mr. Wan, but when you pass this on to your heirs and 20 years from now, they'll have giant parties back here and 200 cars parked out there and a band and everything else. So we have to understand what the limitations are.
Okay. I'm sure that James can come up with some.
Yeah. Okay.
We will address that issue.
Yep. Okay. Any other comments by commissioners? Okay, Mr. Wan, are you in agreement that we can continue this till April the 6th?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Then this hearing is now continued till April 6th.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your suggestions.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Wan.
Okay, that was our last hearing for this evening. I'm going to push minutes ahead for now and jump to what happened to the Charlotte, what happened to 147? I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Sorry, it's broken down into show cause with COCs and show cause. So there's 2 sections in the agenda. So below minutes for approval, yeah. So we have the.
Oh, so these are still hearings?
Yes.
We have
Not in
people-
terms of the ones that needed public notice and abutter notices, but technically, yes, they are public hearings.
Okay.
Well, public meeting.
Yeah, but can we shuffle it? I mean, or do we have people in the audience for each of these?
We do have people in the audience for all of the, 3 out of the 4 COCs. I'm sorry, show causes, excuse me.
Okay, I'm going to put minutes for approval later in the agenda if we
Yep.
get to it.
Yep.
Let's start with show cause with certificate of compliance for stormwater permit 21-33 at 20 Old Pasture Road.
Okay. So we have the applicant and the engineer, who I'm promoting right now. So just to give the commission a quick summary, this was an administrative, stormwater permit, for a pool and patio project. So we received a, COC request, to close the permit out that the work has been completed. There were some changes, and Brendan, thank you for pulling up the plan that he can go over. So is this was the approved plan, or is this the as-built, Brendan?
This is the as-built.
Okay, good. That's what I thought. So Brendan, would you be able to go through the changes that you noted in the COC request?
Sure. So the major change was, and the reason why we were removing so much pavement in the original stormwater permit was really not to do with stormwater, but it was also to make it compliant with the 30% lot coverage for zoning. So the in-ground pool was made a little bit smaller. The original was like 690, I think, square feet. The patio was proposed as impervious. Paragon made it a pervious patio with wider joints, and they put this newer cement compound between the joints, which makes the patio pervious. We still installed the required stormwater mitigation and tied it into the roof leaders. So with the patio being pervious, and we did remove a larger area of pavement. There was pavement that came up along the side of the garage. This was all paved before. We did remove that, and they put a gate and a fence across the edge of the driveway here. And there was a decent amount of pavement that we were supposed to remove at the top of the driveway. But since we made the patio pervious and we reduced the area of the patio, and there was some sitting areas back here that weren't constructed. They were like 35 square feet apiece, and there was like five or six of them back here. They weren't constructed as well. So all the stormwater mitigation was installed. Like I said, the patio was made pervious, and so we're below the we're still below the 30% lot coverage. So we do not need to remove any more of the pavement, the Bitcoin pavement up by the garage.
Can you tell me what the rate of permeability is on the patio?
I mean, I know the joints are probably about, maybe 3/8 or half an inch wide. And the water does go through the joints. I did talk to the homeowner. Actually, she called me during their large rain event just last week, and she said it's draining properly. It's not puddling or anything like that.
Well, could she say is actually permeating, or it was just going off the edges? I mean, Brendan, look, I don't want to ask questions. You can't just change things and assume that they're going to work out. I mean, you're using some kind of number. You're using some kind of number for the patio area in your HydroCAD. I assume you've run all new numbers for this.
Yes.
So what factor are you using for that patio?
I was using
because it's only you said a 1/4 inch joint.
No, a half-inch joint. It's larger than a 1/4 inch. It's a
okay,
joint.
whatever it is, call it a half-inch joint. Call it every 4 feet both ways.
They're not 4 feet tiles. They're
I was being generous. You want to okay? They're 2 foot tiles. I don't know what they are, but you could figure out the area of permeability, and you have to give a rate to it. But
right, but it's going to be less than 98, correct? Which was that's what it was proposed as, is 98. So even if it's 97, we still put the stormwater infiltration in as if it was pervious. So all the stormwater controls are still. It's not like we said, oh, we're going to make the patio pervious. We don't have to install the chambers. All the chambers were installed as per the original plan in the back.
Right.
So all that was installed. The water. So the high point in the lot it comes through this corner here. So all from this corner here, it all flows down to the street. So we're reducing the pavement there. We made all this grass. So the CN for this was 98. Now it's lawn. It's going to be a 72. You know, so there's gonna be less water going to the street and less water going in the back because now the patio is pervious. It may not, you know, it may not be, you know, it's not a 72 pervious like a lawn, but it's probably like a 91, 92 maybe. Or maybe even if it's a 96, it's below 98, which was what it was proposed for.
But did you recalculate all your numbers based on new areas?
I did. I mean, I can get them to you to, you know, to let you show you that everything works. I mean, I did them roughly, yeah, but that's I mean, and I once again, it's, you know, yeah, should we have come to you and let you know what the changes were? Sure, we should have beforehand, but it wasn't my doing per se, because it was obviously.
I understand. You're kind of caught in the middle because you presented it the first time and now you're back to present it again. But
Right.
you know, every job, you know, every other job that comes in front of us, you know, they rattle off a bunch of things, and this is why you should accept it. But the proof is in the numbers, so I'm going to just say I think that you need to produce the documentation that confirms your rough numbers that you looked at.
Okay, I can do
From
that.
the homeowner perspective, we're happy to, you know, work with Brendan to get the numbers. I think our goal at this point is to not to have to leave the driveway as is.
Understood.
So the original plan was that it was the patio was going to be impervious,
Mhm.
as the landscaper was as Sion was laying the sandstone and the joints. They came across a product that would allow it to be pervious, and so but everything was built as though it was going to be impervious. And as they came to us and said, this, you know, this is pervious, it would be beneficial for us if we didn't have to, you know, do anything to remove the current driveway.
Larry, just to, you know, I'm not sure, you know, I'm not sure who the contractor from Paragon was, but just to give you a little bit of background, you know, the changes do need to be communicated in writing prior to being done. And I know that may not have obviously been something that you were aware of. It is in our stormwater permit, it is in our regulations, and, you know, I hate to point fingers, but, you know, Paragon should know that too. So, you know, in the future, if anybody ever has any questions about a project for stormwater permit, you know, I'm always happy to, you know, discuss those changes on site. Sometimes, depending on what they are, it might need a minor changes approval, which, you know, can be just a minor administrative change. Sometimes, depending on the permit, and you had an administrative permit here, but, you know, for full stormwater permits, sometimes you may need an amended filing, as you saw earlier this evening. So, you know, that's just the process. And, you know, that's kind of why we're here to, you know, communicate that to all parties. And, you know, sometimes it doesn't always happen that way. So that's why we just, you know, sometimes have these to, you know, to discuss and talk it out and see what happened and, you know, just reiterate that for the future.
Of course, makes sense.
Thank you.
And just so you know, Charlotte and Chris, I reiterate to the contractors, the homeowners, that, you know, because they bounce questions off me every now and then, and they say, well, can we do this? Can we do this? I said, I am not the approving authority. You have to talk to Charlotte. And Charlotte's the one that can say yes and no. I can say yes and no, yes all you want, but it'll come down to the as-built and then explain it later. And I don't want to do that. I believe me, I don't like doing a show cause hearing at 10:55 at night.
Puts us in a tough spot, right?
Right. So so go talk to Charlotte. She'll tell you what you can and cannot do.
Yep.
Okay, well, if you can just get those numbers to Charlotte, she can review them and we should be able to move ahead on this.
Okay. Do we need another hearing, or can we have Charlotte split the numbers and?
We will have to, we at a hearing will need to vote on the certificate of compliance. So, but you don't have, if you know, Charlotte can tell you ahead of time whether you need to be here or not.
Yeah, this was an administrative permit, but, you know, again, given our concerns with the deviations, that's why we asked for the show cause hearing. So it's up to you guys. I mean, if we want to close the show cause and I can just look at the numbers, or if you wanted to review the numbers, you know, before a COC is issued, you know, either way, just, I didn't know which option we wanted.
I think we can close the show cause.
Yep.
And if the numbers don't work,
Then they come back. Yeah,
you open it up again.
works for me.
Okay. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Brett.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Our next show cause with certificate of compliance is stormwater permit 22-04 at 66 Jerusalem Road.
I'm just promoting the applicant and engineer. Hopefully, they're not asleep.
It, just by the way, it's 11 o'clock. We only have 1 hour.
Yeah. Hi, Jan. I'm trying to promote. Hi, Jan. Can you hear us? You're muted.
Yep. Hi.
Thank you. And I think Sean is joining us shortly.
Yeah.
There he is.
Okay.
Hi, Sean.
You're muted. Still muted.
Hi, Sean.
Hi. Boy,
Late night.
you
So
guys
yeah,
earned
this
your
is-
pay tonight.
Yeah. We'll try to be quick. So, so this is a similar, show cause hearing for an administrative stormwater permit to add an addition to the existing home. The home was also remodeled and then install some additional landscaping and hardscaping. We did receive the as-built. Sean, would you be able to kind of run us through some of the deviations and what your professional opinion is on those? And I know you said that the changes did not surpass the 5,000 square foot threshold for a full stormwater permit. But there were some changes to the patio walkways and the patios in the rear, as well as a small trench that was added around the home.
Correct. And I don't know what's appropriate as far as sharing goes, or
Okay, I pulled up the as-built, unless you want to pull up the other plan, the approved plan. Is this okay? Or do you want to share your screen?
yeah, so that's the as-built plan. And if you notice to the rear, there's a patio that's kind of squared off, and encompasses a little, left to right, the back of the property, and then in the front, the walkway makes its way out to the roadway. In the approved plan, there was multiple patios kind of around the perimeter of the house, and I don't know whether it's appropriate to show that or not. When the house was being built, it didn't work out. There was a patio to the left that previously had an exterior door that didn't line up. And I don't know if Charlotte, you want me to maybe share, or you're going to?
Oh, sure. Yeah. If
There you
you would
go.
like to share, that
It's
might
up,
be
it's
easier.
up, it's up. Go ahead.
Okay, so to the left of the thing, to the rear, there's a patio that's kind of oblique shaped. Charlotte's on that. That was proposed to stay. To the left of the property, there was a small patio that was proposed to stay. That was based on an existing exterior door. To the front right of the walkway, I think a little to the right, Charlotte. There you go, right there. There was a patio that was proposed to remain. A lot of that dealt with what existing features were with the building, and they had renovated it. The actual construction, they decided those wouldn't be exterior doors, and the main exterior door was going to be to the rear of the property, so they squared off that patio. It shrunk front to back to the rear lot line, and that represented about a 15 square foot increase in patio area. additionally, to the front of the property, the walkway currently in that picture there kind of snakes over and goes to the driveway. There was an additional piece that was added to provide for access as they were even during construction. A lot of the delivery drivers were coming and parking in front of the house and running up, jumping over the wall. So they added a little bit of an area there that represented about 75 square feet additional brick patio area or brick paver area. The main reason for that was, again, a lot of these delivery drivers were coming up and they were parking in front of the house and jumping up over the wall and wondering why there wasn't a walkway and a stairway. So they kind of squared that off and made a walkway that went out towards the existing retaining wall. It was more of a natural thing. It ended up being, I think we identified, the increase in patio was about 15 square feet. Some of it was removed. Again, in the back, it was squared off. And then that front walkway ended up being an additional 75 square feet of brick area in order to make it so that they could get down to that front walkway and delivery drivers could park in front of the house. In addition, we identified that around the perimeter of the residence. Yeah, so there's the as-built, that area. It now tees off and goes directly out in front down to the walkway. And that back patio was more squared off with the other patio areas removed. In addition, there was we had proposed landscape around the perimeter of the house. That landscaping is in place, but there was a gravel trench about 18 inches wide that was left around the perimeter of the house. The reason being for that was that when the roof leaders and splash blocks came down, there was some fear that that was going to cause erosion. So they wanted that to land in an area that wouldn't erode, that it could get into the ground and not shoot across, mulch and push that mulch out off into the grass lawn area.
Okay. So basically the difference is about 90 square feet of patio area, a stone wall out front, and steps. The driveway slightly different, I believe. Not much, but slightly.
Yeah, the driveway.
What's the material of the driveway?
The driveway is a gravel driveway.
It is still gravel.
Driveway.
Okay.
It continues to be a gravel driveway. There was just some minor, to use the word improvements, I don't know is the best word, obviously, in this forum, but changes that were made. The front walkway was squared off to make that T to allow stairways down to the street so delivery drivers could be there. Patios that were proposed to remain in areas that didn't make sense to have patios were removed, and that back patio area was squared off to allow use in the back.
Okay. Charlotte, were the original numbers close?
To 5,000?
No, no, they have a stormwater permit. Was it
Yeah.
close? Was it close in their pre and post conditions?
I can pull up the report to double check. Give me 1 second.
I mean, we're talking, 110
Right.
square feet of additional impervious area. Maybe a little more, I'm not sure, but.
It's about that, Mr. Chairman, and also, so we had that perimeter around the houses being shown as landscape, and they made it as gravel because the roof leaders were coming down there, so that provides an additional amount of impervious area that weren't taking credit for.
You mean
Yeah, it looks
pervious?
It looks like with the 2 and 10, the number, well, at least with the 2, the numbers are pretty close. Up here, it gets a little bit further. Up here, it gets a little bit further. So, you know, still pretty close overall. And then the total impervious, at least for the pre and post, was about a, 1 plus or minus.
Mhm. Well, all I can say is if the owner tells you to put another, 1,000-foot patio out there in the back, come see Charlotte ahead of time. Because you're definitely pushing your limits on this.
No, I agree, but so when all of the other patios were removed that were kind of dead patios that no longer existed at doors, it was only a 15 square foot addition.
No, I understand. 15 here, 75 here, 20 here. It starts to add up,
I agree.
If the
I agree, Mr.
homeowner said to you, "Oh, let's just throw a little asphalt on that driveway, we'll be in good shape," you wouldn't be in very good shape right now. So
I agree, Mr. Chairman. I
yeah.
agree.
All right. Anyone else have comments? No. Then I'm going to make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for stormwater permit 22-04 at 66 Jerusalem Lane. Do I have a second?
Bergen, second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second to issue a stormwater permit certificate of compliance 22-04. We'll take roll call. Will Ashton.
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. We appreciate it.
Good night.
Our next show cause is for 76 Lampert Lane. I don't think we have anyone here. From what I understand, the engineer is retired. They're gonna have to get on the stick for that one. We're gonna move right past it.
Did we want to continue to,
Oh, yes, let's continue till April 27th.
okay,
Our next show cause hearing is for NOI 21-10 and stormwater permit 21-18 at 147 South Main Street.
so I'm promoting the applicant and their counsel. Hi, Adam.
Good evening, everyone. Adam Brodsky on behalf of the Schiavo Family Trust.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll quickly go through the, so we received a report, long story of about a tree being removed in the 50-foot buffer on the property at 147 South Main. So I can pull up the site plan, but I did walk the site with Mr. Schiavo, and we looked at where the tree was removed. It's in the 50-foot buffer, so it wasn't clear, at least to me on the plan, that that tree was going to be removed. So that's the main reason of why we wanted to initiate the show cause hearing. And this is the approved site plan that the commission issued an order of conditions and a stormwater permit for. So there was a tree that was removed around here. It seems to be that was this 36-inch caliper tree that Morse has surveyed. Adam, I think you have some additional input for us on this scenario. I know we did have some other concerns, but might as well start with this first.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Schiavo is also on the line. Jeff Hassett, our project engineer, is away, so I'm filling in. But prior to him leaving on his trip, he did visit the site. He noted that the limit of work may not be in the exact location shown on the plan, and that may have given rise to some of the confusion regarding the location of the tree. So when he returns next week, the first thing he's going to do is he's going to make sure that the limit of work is accurately located in the field, and if it needs to be pulled back, it will be pulled back. But we have no issue with replacing the tree, in fact, if the commission wants us to plant 2 trees, Mr. Schiavo is willing to do that. I'm not aware of any other issues out there, Charlotte, but I'm here to answer any questions that the commission may have.
So I'm not going to make a determination on the tree because if it's determined to be a city, town of Cohasset tree, they'll have to determine what mitigation is appropriate. What I currently see out there now is that the property line, I'm going to call it the south property line, that goes between the mitigation planting that's shown on this plan and the tree is not where the limit of work is right now. And as you said, Jeff will come out and verify that his line is correct. But I do think that we can get that clarified. We can clarify whether or not the tree is actually on this piece of property or not on this property. But until that happens, there is a lot of heavy equipment being parked very close to that sidewalk because that's where the fence is. There is a concrete pipe which goes under the area close to where that tree is, that could get damaged further, and it's of concern. And really that whole area, as you can see, is part of the 50-foot buffer. So the vehicles should be moved out of there. There's no reason to be in the 50-foot buffer and driving big heavy vehicles that are only going to cause further damage to the buffer. And until this is solved, I think that it would be in the applicant's best interest to at least try his best to move outside that 50-foot buffer until the engineer can confirm what he's shown on this plan.
Chair McFarland, just a few points. No one has ever informed me that that's a street tree. It's on the landward side of that sidewalk, so I would suspect that it's not, but we'll ask the DPW. Second, Jeff was unable to actually locate where the tree was removed based upon his quick inspection. But he assured me that nothing out there is going to affect the concrete pipe. That there seems to be some misunderstanding as to the location of the pipe, and this project doesn't implicate that concrete pipe. And just as a point of information, the temporary fence that you see shown on the site plan has been in place since at least 2021. That was erected with the permission of the town when the building was demoed, and so there have always been, that area has always been utilized, and it has been for years. So that's all I can tell you with respect to that.
Well, that's fine. But the truth of the matter, I mean, at the end of the day, the property line is the property line, and when Jeff Hassett tells us where it is, we'll know for sure.
Well, the property line is accurate. The location of the temporary fence, as it was shown in the original plan, is accurate. It's the real question of the limit of the work as Jeff described. So we will clarify that next week.
But the temporary fence that's shown here is not where the temporary fence is in the field.
I'm led to believe it has not changed, but we need to clarify that. I don't know enough about that to speak intelligently. So Jeff's going to make sure that gets done beginning next week.
Well, is it possible, Mr. Scavo, to pull some of your vehicles closer to your construction so that just in case?
Shortly, I can do that. They moved back there. I've always utilized that area, and so has the previous owner back to 1953. We have a variance to park there.
Do you have a variance in writing?
Yes.
Okay, could you produce that for us, please?
Yep, Adam has that. That was produced when we were getting the plans for the building. That was issued through Norfolk County Court with the zoning board of appeals back in the early 80s. I've owned the property since 1982. Actually, the end of 81. And that's all, and that is addressing that area that we're speaking of now. And the
So
fence,
do you plan to park in that area?
when the building is completed, no, you'll see where the parking is on the map.
Well, right.
So that's gonna be blocked off. That rear entrance and exit that's on the statement of conditions, that will no longer be utilized. So as long as you understand that. So when I get the occupancy permit for the building, the entrance and exit on Spring Street is no longer utilized. And that's where the planting area is. You see the evergreens and all of that. And within about 2 weeks, I'll be putting in that stormwater drain. We just got the roof on and we're doing a little bit more work around the building. And then my next thing is to put the sprinkler line in and then that stormwater drain that you see. So that's going to be done very soon.
And
that's the drain for the building, for
right,
the roof.
right. But
Right.
is there a reason why you need to be parking in that area now?
Once again, I've always utilized that area. And for right now,
that's
it's for
fine.
safety. We use a lull as they were putting the roof on and lifting the windows up. So right up against the building, there's a lull being used to raise materials up to the building. So it just.
Right. But you have a dozer there, you have an excavator there, you have a
Yes.
dump truck there, you have a couple other things there. I mean,
No,
is there-
that's just what you said is what I have there. And again, it's for safety. So there's plenty of room between where the lull is and we've got some materials coming in from National Lumber on a daily basis. And that's the staging for the side. And I've got a staging area for the South Main Street side as well to access the building as we're raising up, the materials to the building. So it's really for safety for all the subcontractors that are working there.
Charlotte, did this permit have a variance for work in the 50-foot buffer?
I believe so. I checked the minutes, and even though it doesn't state that in writing in the order, at least the minutes do from the voting. And Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, I looked at him a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. So, but yes, I believe there was a variance, obviously, for the proposed plantings and stuff here in the 50-foot buffer.
Right, but not for unencumbered use in the 50-foot buffer.
I can double check what the minutes say, but usually the approved work on the site plan is what we give the variance for. And
right.
Yeah.
So, and I don't have a specific recollection, Chair McFarland, but again, that's been a previously used and altered area that we're actually restoring as a result of this project. I don't recall whether we had specific discussions about the construction methodology and the use of that area.
Well, typically when a variance is given for work in a buffer zone, it's specifically for the work that's being done in that buffer zone, not for parking trucks and putting supplies, et cetera. I mean, if many applicants show lay down areas, et cetera, for exactly that reason. But this is a resource area. It is a buffer zone, and it shouldn't be used freely. It should be used only for work that has to go on in that area.
Again,
In fact, I believe a good amount of fill has been pushed into that area.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is, sir. I know what this virgin soil looked like, and I know what soil's out there now after you pulled the tree down. So please.
I am very close to the final grade at the moment because that's been all shot with a laser and it's on the plan. So there is pavement going in where the parking spaces are and so forth and so on. So I'm very close to what's supposed to be there. In fact, it's got to come up just slightly more.
Well, again, this
And
plan.
again, this is the rear entrance to the property and exit since 1953. This has always been utilized. I'm not arguing with you. I just want you to understand. Shortly, that will know that's going to be blocked off. That's on the statement of conditions. That's no longer an exit or an entrance once we get an occupancy permit for the building. that was zoning board of appeals made that clear. I can still use that up until the construction and the building is complete. Then it's no longer utilized.
Well, please get us a copy of that
Yes,
immediately.
we can get that with Adam, and that's not a problem. And I do have.
I mean,
since-
I read the decision. I don't remember it saying anything about access through off of Spring Street.
Oh,
so-
absolutely.
Okay, get
Absolutely,
it,
yes.
get it to us. If it
Yeah.
doesn't exist, we'll
It's
deal
in
with it then.
zoning, yes, but the zoning board of appeals, that was their request, can still use it as an exit and an entrance up until the point that we get an occupancy permit for the building and the site is complete. That was totally stated.
Well, I think they overstepped their bounds.
I can't answer to that, but like when I had the cement trucks exiting the property and entering the property during the foundation and so forth, that's when that was being used. So it's not used every day. It's been used a few times since the demolition and the construction has gone on. But prior to the fire, obviously it was used every day back to 1953. We've proven that back in the 80s when we have the variance for that.
Mr. Schiavo,
Yes.
did I mishear you when you said that you needed to park your equipment in the buffer zone for safety?
When we're working with the lull, lifting the materials up on the building, yes, so that gives us an extra area there. So the lull backs in, picks up the materials and lifts it up. So that's not too crowded up towards the building, in other words.
Okay.
And this is Adam Brodsky. I'm just looking at the plan Charlotte put up that notes that that area within the 50-foot is existing asphalt. So we're not talking about a naturalized 50-foot buffer.
Right.
We're talking about essentially a parking area that's been used for decades that we're in the process of restoring. We just need to use that area now to stage the equipment to make sure that the site works well. And once we're completed, again, under our order of conditions, we're required to naturalize that. So in terms of wetlands protection, you've got an existing parking area within your buffer zone that's been used actively for these operations. At the conclusion of this project, it will be restored and you will have a naturalized 50-foot buffer zone.
Exactly.
Well, I'd point out that that asphalt does not extend all the way to the street. Again, it's kind of hard to see, but on this image, but it stops. Yeah, maybe it is right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
So a lot of this is grass and trees along the street.
Yes, within the layout, it's mostly vegetated. We don't disagree, Mr. Bell. Again,
Well, we'll look forward to seeing Jeff Hassett stake it out, and we'll look forward to receiving the easement that you have. And we'll go from there.
again, I'm not certain that there was an easement. I know that there were historic zoning decisions, so I'll
Yes.
check with Mr. Schiavo. I don't think he said an easement.
Could you explain to me what a historic zoning decision would be?
So I haven't touched this file in several years, Chair McFarland. I'm well aware that there was a variance that related to parking for this site. And again, Mr. Schiavo, back in the 1980s, I believe.
Yes, early 80s.
I don't recall the specifics of that, so I'm not going to make any representation. I do know that that exists. We'll provide that to you. That was part and parcel of the discussions with the zoning board and the planning board with
Yes.
respect to the project, but we're happy to provide that to you.
And if I can just add one.
I don't think it's a
thing,
Conservation Commission issue. Your
Yes.
concern obviously is the protection of that buffer zone. The only point I was making was that it's that portion of the site that is presently being used has been used historically for years. And again, will be restored in the 50-foot buffer zone restored at the conclusion of the project. And again,
I understand, but the plan that was submitted to us has a property line. And it shows work inside of that property line, not outside the property line.
correct, and the work outside the property line, I believe the fence was erected with the full knowledge of the DPW at the time that the
DPW
building was
doesn't
gonna-
supersede what the Conservation Commission has awarded as far as a permit. That's why we're here today.
But that fence is shown actually on your plan. What you're arguing is an encroachment issue, which is a town issue. The town, as far as I know, doesn't have an issue with that encroachment. Again, your concerns with the buffer zone, which I understand.
Right, but if you can see the temporary fence, it's a very small little loop. That's not where the fence is today. The fence is out almost where the overhead wire is. That's where the
Again,
fence is.
I can't speak to that. That's what Jeff is going to do next week.
Okay,
If I could just add one thing, my neighbor at 151 South Main Street is encroaching on your 50-foot buffer zone. If you can see that, he's got 2 vehicles stored in it and a bunch of tires and some other hazardous materials. If you
You
can
thi-
look
you-
into
you-
that, that's within the 50-foot buffer zone.
you think I should pull him in too?
I'm just making a statement while we brought
You're
up.
not
the
you're not
50-foot.
helping yourself.
No, you don't understand what I'm trying to say.
I know what you're
Where the
saying.
corner of the fence is, that you mentioned the 50-foot, buffer zone, this has been going on for a while. This has been an issue. Mr. Ross has reported it from across the street and so forth and so on. I just wanted to make note of it, that's all.
Well,
End of the
Charlotte-
discussion on it.
Okay.
The whole corner is gonna go under the microscope, I think.
What's that? I'm hard of hearing them at DAV. I put,
We'll take it, we'll take a look.
Okay.
Charlotte's on the case.
Yes, I mean, Charlotte knows about it. We discussed it. I just wanted to make a point of it, that's all.
So waiting for some phone calls back from DEP, so I'll follow up.
Thank you. That's all I ask.
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll look forward to hearing from you.
Right,
Mr.
and I'll-
Chair, did we
you
want to
can
continue
look
to
for
April
Charlotte.
6th? Thank you. Did we want to continue to April 6th or?
Yes, we'll continue, yes, we'll continue to April 6th and we'll see what the survey shows.
Okay.
Yep, and whatever we need to do, I'm more than willing to do it.
Chair
I'll keep in
McFarland,
touch.
that's Passover, so I will not be attending the hearing on the 6th, I don't believe, so I'll have to figure that out.
Okay.
I couldn't hear that, but that's all right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Scavo, I was just noting, I believe that's the first or second night of Passover. I'm not going to be
Oh,
available.
okay.
We'll figure that out.
All right, great.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Have a good night, guys.
Thanks for your time.
Okay,
30 minutes, 29 minutes.
We can
yeah,
really
I'm
push it.
done. I think 0 minutes.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you guys that.
Any 48-hour issues, anything critical, any comments, concerns?
Critical, no. Unless you wanted to bring up, bylaw stuff.
No, definitely
No.
not.
Okay. I'll send you guys an email then about, there's one tweak that it was suggested we should make to the stormwater bylaw. revisions that we voted on, so I'll send that to you guys and we can discuss next meeting. Granted, it's not at 11:30 at night.
I would like to discuss at some point the total disregard for that buffer and how we can address it, because I don't really care that I mean, I can't imagine there's something binding that says, oh, I parked here before, I can park there now.
Okay, well, we'll discuss that at the next
We'll
show
find
guys.
out.
Yep. Did you guys do you want me to table everything else on the
Yes.
know,
I think
minutes,
we'll- I
everything
think
else?
we'll-
Yep,
I think everything else will be tabled.
that's good. Yep.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thanks, everyone, for hanging in there.
Thanks, guys. Sorry,
you.
late night.
Thanks. Thanks,
Good
Charlotte.
night.
Have a good night, guys.
Good night.
Take care.